Oh, hey, Dad!
I motion that we ask Miss Bulma to cook something for us.
Cool!
Let's go already! Cursed robot! Yes. What? Eat this!
Nice try. How's that? Quit running! Nice try!
Damn puppet! I can't even tell if she's taking any damage or not! Take this! Feast your eyes on Super Vegeta's Big Bang Attack! Eat this! Eat this!
You've got to be kidding! Eat this!
Eat this! I have become the Prince of all Saiyans once again! I'm not playing around!
Don't bother! Here goes! Quit running!
Eat this!
Too bad, little man.
There's got... Should I show my father my... That boy should serve as a good way to measure how much stronger I become. Got you! Out of my way! All right. Chaos control! Let's do this. Free. You again. Why should I fuck with
Can you afford not to? You'll understand soon enough.
I'm getting answers in one way or another.
Come to me if you can.
Out of my way!
My son shudder, but it's still not enough.
Enough. Did we leave? All right. Chaos control! Out of my way! Yeah. Chaos control! Why should I follow you?
You'll understand soon enough.
I'm getting answers to you one way or another.
Very good, Shadow. Come to me, if you can.
Out of my way!
For some shadow, but it's still not enough.
Enough. Chaos control! This is the ultimate power.
All right.
Out of my way. getting answers in one way or another.
Very good, Shadow. Come to me if you can. Well done, Shadow. But it's still not enough.
Not enough. Did you know?
Chaos Control!
Out of my way! Reach! Yeah!
Reach! Yeah! Let's do this. Chaos control! Reach! All right. Freeze! Chaos control! Out of my way! Reach! All right. Freeze! Let's do this. Chaos control! Yes! Out of my way! All right. This is ultimate power. Yeah. 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 This is the ultimate power. Yeah. Out of my way! Let's do this. Chaos control! Out of my way! All right. This is the ultimate power. Reach! Let's do this. Chaos control! No!
Ah! No! Reach! Out of my way! Reach! Chaos control! This is the ultimate power. Out of my way. Do this stream. No! Reach! Yeah! Reach! Yeah! All right. Chaos control! Ah! Ah! No! Reach!
This is the ultimate power. Nice. Out of my way. All right. Freeze. Out of my way. Nice. Reach. Let's do this. This is the ultimate power. All right. Chaos control. Reach. Let's do this. This is the ultimate power. No! All right. Three. Reach. Let's do this. Chaos control. Reach. All right. This is the ultimate power. Reach. Let's do this. Chaos control. All right. All right. This is the ultimate power. Nice. Reach. Let's do this. Freeze. Out of my way. Ultimate power. All right. This is ultimate power. Out of my way. Yeah. Reach. Chaos control. Chaos control! Out of my way! All right. This is the ultimate power. Reach!
In this video, I'll be sharing with you guys my final 2024 election forecast. We've been covering this race for over 4 years now, looked at hundreds of polls, forecasts, betting markets, and it all comes down to this. In 2020, I accurately predicted Joe Biden's exact 306 to 232 electoral vote victory, and today I'm here to unveil my final 2024 electoral map prediction. And so we're just going to get right into it, no reason to waste time. We'll start off with the safe states for both candidates, races that either Harris or Trump are going to win by 12 percentage points or more. And so starting off with these safe Trump states, we have Utah, Wyoming, Idaho, Montana, North and South Dakota, all of Nebraska except its 2nd district, as well as Kansas, Oklahoma, Missouri, Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee, Kentucky, West Virginia, Indiana, South Carolina, and Alaska. And now for Kamala Harris, she is going to sweep the West Coast, winning Washington, Oregon, and California. She'll also take Hawaii, Illinois, New York, Vermont, Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island, New Jersey, Delaware, Maryland, the District of Columbia, and the 1st District of Maine. So with all of the safe states filled in, Kamala Harris is at 181 electoral votes, Donald Trump at 125, but this is nothing to worry about. He'll make up a lot of ground with the likely states. And so these are races that will be decided by 5 to 12 points. They're going to be noticeably more competitive than the solid states, but one candidate will still maintain a pretty clear advantage. We'll start off with the likely states for the former president. There's no doubt he is going to perform very well in the lower Midwest in both Iowa and Ohio. These are 2 states that he's carried consistently in the last 2 election cycles. I mean, just look at what the map looked like in 2012. Iowa went to Obama by 6%, Ohio by 3%. Just 4 years later, Trump shifts Iowa 15 points to the right, and it goes to him by 9.4%. In Ohio, we see an 11-point shift. Trump wins the Buckeye State by 8.1. In 2020, when everybody thought that Joe Biden would perform a lot better than Hillary Clinton, Trump does it again. He wins Iowa by 8.2%, Ohio by 8%, basically the exact same margins. Against Kamala Harris, Trump can probably win these 2 states by 10 points or more, but getting over 12 is going to be a bit of a challenge, so they will be placed in the likely Republican category. Next up, we have Texas and Florida, 2 additional races that simply aren't going to be close. Trump won both of these states in 2020 and 2016. Now, Texas has always been a Republican stronghold. It hasn't gone blue since 1976 and the election of Jimmy Carter. However, Florida used to always be among the most competitive in the country. In fact, in 2012, it was the only tilt state on the map. In 2016, it was once again decided by less than 2 points. Trump wins Florida by 1.2. And then in 2020, when most people expected Joe Biden to win the state back for Democrats, Trump triples his margin, and he's probably going to do something similar once again. The former president leads by around 8 points in Florida polling. He's definitely going to win by at or above a double-digit margin. Meanwhile, in Texas, things are looking good for Trump as well. He's ahead by 8 points in the polling average in a state he only carried by 5.6 in 2020, and this was when polling said he was only going to win by 1. Yes, there were polls at the very end of the 2020 cycle that said that Trump was barely going to edge out Biden in the Lone Star State. That was obviously always going to be wrong. Texas is not going to go blue for a very long time. Today, it remains likely Republican. And finally, we have the 2nd District of Maine. It's not going to be close. Trump is going to win it for a 3rd time. And so with the solid and likely states now filled in for the former president, Donald Trump retakes the lead. He's at 219 electoral votes, just 51 away from the presidency. But now we're going to fill in the likely states for Kamala Harris. Races she'll win by 5 to 12 points. We'll start off out west in Colorado and New Mexico, 2 states where Biden performed extremely well in the last election. He defeated Trump in Colorado by 13.5 percentage points. It was solid blue, while in New Mexico, Biden carried the state by 10.8. Today, Kamala Harris is on track to win Colorado by less than a double-digit margin. She'll probably carry it by 8 to 9, definitely a significant drop off from where Democrats were 4 years ago. In New Mexico, same thing. Kamala Harris is not going to win by a double-digit margin, nowhere near 11 points. She'll be lucky if she even scrapes by with a 7% margin of victory. So both races are going to be likely for the vice president. Next up, we have Minnesota, where I have Kamala Harris winning by just over 7 points. It is going to be more competitive than it was 4 years ago when Joe Biden carried Minnesota by 7.1%. This was when he was running with Harris as his running mate. Kamala Harris is from California, nowhere near Minnesota. But today, Kamala Harris is running with Governor Tim Walz, the literal governor of Minnesota, as her running mate, and she's barely polling above 5%. In fact, I believe she's at 4.8 over Donald Trump in the state. I mean, that truly is an abysmal margin, considering that Joe Biden did better, and Kamala Harris is, again, running with the state's literal governor. You should expect her to be winning by at least 9 to 10 points. Tim Walz was reelected by well over a double-digit margin in 2022 as governor, but with Kamala Harris on the ticket, Walz simply isn't performing nearly as well. And so Minnesota is going to be likely blue, but just barely. I have Harris winning by just over a 5-point margin. If she cannot outperform Joe Biden in the home state of her running mate, she is going to have a lot of other problems all across the map. Before we continue, over 70% of you guys are not subscribed, so please subscribe right now to help us reach 300,000. And make sure you tune in to my live election night coverage on November 5th at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. We're now going to move up to the Northeast, where we have New Hampshire and Maine, two states where, once again, Kamala Harris's performance is not going to be too different from that of Joe Biden's, but we are going to see a noticeable drop. Joe Biden won New Hampshire by 7.4% in 2020. I have Kamala Harris winning by around 5 to 6. Joe Biden won Maine by 9.1. I have Kamala Harris winning by around 7 to 8. So these are two races where the vice president's performance has been okay. These states generally are shifting to the left. Democrats are performing better and better each time. However, with Kamala Harris on the ballot, we are going to see a change to that pattern, as obviously she is not going to outperform the incumbent president. So both the Granite State and Maine are going to be likely blue, but just barely. And then we have the 2nd District of Nebraska, where Joe Biden won by 6.6%. But since the lines have been changed after the 2020 census, the 2nd District is actually more liberal than it was in the past. It's basically Omaha and some of its surrounding suburbs. And so Kamala Harris is on track to win by just under a double-digit margin. It'll also be likely blue. And finally, the last likely state on this map is, of course, going to be Virginia. Kamala Harris is going to win by around half of Biden's 10-point margin from 2020. I don't think she'll be able to get anywhere over 7, probably not over 6 either, but a 5-point margin of victory is plausible, considering that even Hillary Clinton won by more than 5% in 2016, and of course, her performance across the board was pretty terrible. Virginia, though, has been shifting to the right. That's one of the main reasons why Harris is going to perform so much worse than the incumbent president, but it's going to be likely for now. We're going to be a little generous to the Democrats, and so this leaves us with just the 7 battleground states. This shouldn't be surprising at all. These are the 7 races we've been covering basically throughout the entirety of the year, and with them not filled in yet, Kamala Harris is at 226 electoral votes, Trump at 219. So basically, until we get to these battlegrounds, the election is still a tie. Before I continue, I want to tell you guys about Polymarket, the world's largest prediction market, where you can track election results and instantly see who's leading. These odds react in real time to current events instead of days later like the polls. There's no bias or media spin, just pure data. Market odds reflect the collective analysis, beliefs, and wisdom of thousands of traders reacting to world events. Polymarket has also recently launched a mobile app where you can access their 2024 election forecast on the go. It's what I use every day to stay updated on the presidential race. Download it for free right now using the QR code on screen or the link in the description below. Coming back to the map, I mean, it really is just going to be this group of 7. They only make up 93 of the Electoral College's 538 votes, but they really do wield all the power. The results in all the other states are basically predetermined. Now, there were points where it seemed that Trump might do very well in Minnesota, Virginia, or New Hampshire, for example, but realistically, those are always long shots. Now, if Trump had continued to perform exceptionally well in those states, it was a possibility, but now with 1 day left to go, I'm here to tell you that that simply isn't going to happen. Anyone that's telling you that Minnesota, Virginia, New Hampshire, and New Mexico are actually competitive is simply lying to your face. And so when it comes to these 7 states, 2 of them are going to be classified as lean. The other 5 are going to be tilt. So lean states will be decided by 1 to 5 point margins, as tilt states, of course, less than 1. We'll begin down in the Sun Belt. We'll start off with the 2 lean states, and just to give you guys a spoiler here, both of them are going to go to Donald Trump. I don't have any lean states voting in favor of Kamala Harris. We're going to begin in Arizona, where Donald Trump is on track to win by around 1 to 3 points. Anything is possible just because of how close these races are, but it definitely does seem that Trump is going to come out on top in Arizona, a state that he won by nearly 4 points in 2016, but lost by 0.3 to Joe Biden in 2020. Today, Trump leads by 2.6% in the polls. I mean, just looking at the graph here, his lead has only been growing as the election has neared. He is performing very well. It is extremely unlikely that he is going to lose Arizona. This is a must-win state for the former president. If he doesn't win Arizona, the election is over, but as of right now, it is very likely that he will flip Arizona back. It's going to be the first lean red state on the map. And the other lean state is, of course, going to be Georgia on the other side of the Sun Belt. I mean, this race is very similar to the election in Arizona. Trump lost Georgia narrowly as well here, just 0.24% separated Biden and the former president. Now, both of these states, both of them were historic flips for Joe Biden in 2020. No Democrat had won Arizona going all the way back to 1996. Georgia, you would have to go back to 1992. Now, considering how historic these victories were for Democrats, Kamala Harris, who is performing significantly worse than Joe Biden, she simply isn't in a position to retain the success that Biden had here 4 years ago. Both of these states are very likely to flip back into the Republican column like they've been voting for the last 30 years. And so Georgia favors Trump by 2.3% in the polling average. We also have a new New York Times poll that shows Harris up by 1. I mean, obviously, that's going to be wrong. The New York Times always overestimates Democrats. Trump has been ahead basically since early September after Harris peaked following the Democratic convention, but Trump's lead has been growing since the middle of last month. He's in a very good position here. Georgia is fundamentally still a conservative state, and it's going to be the other lean Republican state on this map. And so just to map out Trump's potential pathways to victory here, Arizona and Georgia are must-wins. If Trump cannot win these 2 states, it is extremely unlikely he is going to be able to win any of the other toss-ups that will actually get him to 270 electoral votes. But the good news is, it is pretty likely he's going to win both Arizona and Georgia, even if he loses. So at the very minimum, this basically is his floor. All 5 of the remaining states are probably going to be decided by less than 1% or potentially just over 1%, but I will be placing them all into the tilt categories for either Democrats or Republicans because they really are just that competitive. Now, for Trump, his quickest pathway to victory would go through North Carolina and Pennsylvania. It could also go through North Carolina and Wisconsin, although the Pennsylvania path would be more likely as of right now. With Nevada, though, it only has 6 electoral votes, so winning Nevada isn't really concerned to Trump, but North Carolina definitely is. In the Tar Heel state, Trump is actually performing quite well. He leads by 1.5% in the polling average. It's pretty clear that he is the favorite. He's won North Carolina in both 2016 and 2020. It's the only swing state out of the 7 that he carried in both of the last 2 elections. He lost Arizona, he lost Georgia and Pennsylvania in 2020, but North Carolina he was able to cling on to, and he's going to win it again, although I do have it as tilt Republican. It's going to be a slightly lesser margin, even though he's led throughout the entirety of the election cycle in the polling average. The reason why I have North Carolina as being more competitive is because of Mark Robinson, the Republican nominee for governor. He has run a disaster of a campaign. He's been involved with so many scandals. He's going to lose by nearly a double-digit margin to Josh Stein. However, in the presidential race, Robinson is not going to be able to drag Trump down, but he's definitely not doing the former president any favors, which is why I do have the Tar Heel state voting slightly to the left of both Arizona and Georgia. And so with Trump at 262 electoral votes, he is just 8 away from the presidency. He'll need any one of the 3 upper Midwestern states, and it's very likely that Pennsylvania will be the one that gets him over the top, the Keystone State with its 19 electoral votes. We do have a very close election there. Trump leads by 0.3%. It's definitely going to go down to the wire, but Republicans are looking good, especially with early voting. They are behind by over 1 million after the early voting period in 2020. Today, Democrats lead by less than 500,000. Their goal was to have a buffer of 500 or maybe even 600,000. They were unable to reach that, and in a state that they carried by just 80,000 votes 4 years ago, that small difference is going to be a big deal. Pennsylvania was also where the first failed assassination attempt on Trump occurred. That is going to help him a little bit. And again, in a race as close as this one, any little bit counts. So Pennsylvania is going to be the second tilt state on the map. I have it going in favor of Trump by a very narrow margin. This election is going to be close, but with victories in Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia, we don't actually even need Arizona, but with these 4 victories, Donald Trump does cross the finish line. He'll do a little bit more, though. Trump is also going to win Nevada, where he's ahead by 1% in the polling average. Now, a victory here is going to be difficult for the former president, as Nevada hasn't gone red since the election of 2004. That's why a win here would be such a big deal. The polls have been showing a tight race between the two candidates, but Republicans are making gains in the Silver State. Republicans won the governorship in Nevada in 2022, ousting the incumbent Democrat. And so Trump is also going to make significant gains here. It's going to be tilt Republican, with the former president coming out on top by less than half a percentage point. And finally, in Wisconsin and Michigan, these are basically toss-ups. I would generally just put them in a toss-up category and not fill them in at all. But, you know, obviously, I think you guys would want me to give an answer for each of these states. And in Wisconsin and Michigan, the polls are basically tied. Harris up by 0.3 in Wisconsin, by 0.6 in Michigan. Now, the polling is not the reason why I'm going to give them narrowly to Kamala Harris, but it's mainly because of the early voting numbers. The vice president is in a slightly better position than where she is in Pennsylvania and Nevada. And of course, we all know that Wisconsin and Michigan are going to vote to the left of those two states. And with Pennsylvania and Nevada being so close, I see the most realistic outcome as being the one in which Kamala Harris barely edges Trump out in both Wisconsin and Michigan, but I definitely would not be surprised if Trump was able to carry these two states as well. And so this is it. This is my final 2024 election prediction. Donald Trump wins with 287 electoral votes, Kamala Harris at 251. It is going to be a close race, but Trump is going to come out with a decisive victory, as he will be reelected to become the 47th president. I also just wanted to thank you guys so much for your support over the last 4 years. I mean, we've grown to become the largest election-focused channel on YouTube. If you stuck it out with me over the last 4 years, I mean, that really just means the world to me. Thank you guys so much for watching. Make sure you like this video if you enjoyed it. Comment down below who you think is going to win the election, and subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Also, make sure you tune in to my live 2024 election night coverage at 6 p.m. Eastern Time, and join my Discord server to participate in our 2024 prediction contest at discord.gg/elections.
Hello everybody, good evening, welcome to the United Stands. I'm Mark Goldbridge and this is your latest Manchester United news as the Ruben Amorim Manchester United clear out begins. We've got detail on that and why Ineos are going to be absolutely crucial. As many people predicted, they will have the final say on transfers, people being sold, and contract renewals. So where does that leave Amorim? Well, I think it's a very obvious sign that conversations with Amorim have already taken place about who's going to go and who isn't. And I'll tell you for why, and while you'll figure it out as well in a minute or two. Also, Mason Mount is back in training. Beth was telling us about Yoro being back soon. I'm not saying that Mason Mount and Yoro are two players that have realised they need to get back quickly, but how long before Luke Shaw's back? How long before anybody else is back? They're all starting to come back. We've also got words from Ruben Amorim. We've got a watch along tomorrow night. I hope you'll join me on That's Football, Sporting against Man City. Very excited about that. He was doing his press conference ahead of that game. Can I just apologise on behalf of English people as well about the ignorance of how we behave sometimes in Europe? I mean, there was an English reporter there basically trying to get Ruben Amorim to answer questions in English and kept asking and asking and asking. And the arrogance and rudeness of that, I apologise for as an English person. He is Sporting's coach. They are Portuguese. And just because he's going to be managing Man United at some point, it's just rude. It's rude. It was very, very awkward. And we respect the fact that he's Sporting's coach until the 11th. And as Manchester United fans, we're comfortable with that. Anyway, we will get into your comments, of course. Get the thoughts in. Sorry we're a bit early tonight. I've got to go and do something a little bit later. But we'll probably go until about 8:30 anyway. So I want to get into your comments. We've got a really interesting poll up and running that I forgot to put out this morning. Will Amorim be successful or sacked? Just your thoughts. And 76% of you are saying successful, which is good. Okay, let's get into the show. I want to start off about the clear out. Amarim's big United clear out. Now, more detail has come out today about how this is going to work, and it's not going to be a big shock to you. Ineos, primarily CEO Barada, Director of Football Dan Ashworth, and Technical Director Jason Wilcox will have the final say on any future transfers and any future sales. They have the final say. The manager will be consulted, but there is no veto. There is no, I don't want Ugarte so you can't get him. None of that exists anymore. We are now operating, rightly or wrongly, under a system where if you don't like who gets sold or you don't like who gets bought, you are not looking at the guy doing the press conference the day before the match. You are looking at the CEO, the Director of Football, and the Technical Director. So it's a new world for Manchester United. And what does this actually mean for Amorim? And why would he say things like, I chose the club I wanted to run, there was no indecision? He literally said that. We know what he said a couple of days ago about Man United, but in his press conference today, Ruben Amorim, yet again, making us feel happy by saying, I chose the club I wanted to run. There was no room for indecision. So he wants the Man United job. But many of you would say, who would want the Man United job? It's a mess. And who would want the Man United job when you've got no say on transfers and sales? Well, I don't think it's as cut and thrust as that, to be absolutely honest with you. And I want to take you back very briefly to when we signed Erik ten Hag. There was an interview with ten Hag and there was an interview with Pochettino. And in those meetings, they discussed the plan for Manchester United. And as many speculated, within that meeting, Erik ten Hag said things like, I will develop youth players. That's what I'm all about. I will get the best out of people like Marcus Rashford, which was a concern for United at the time. So those sort of conversations take place when you are interviewing a manager. So the clear out has technically begun because Amorim will have been spoken to about how he views that squad and what he's going to do with it. Now, the interesting thing for me is, how did Ineos approach that interview? Because remember, this is not the Ten Hag interview, which would have included Richard Arnold, John Murta, and the Glazers had the final say. This will be Barada, this will be Ashworth, this will be maybe Brailsford, this will be Wilcox. Have they gone into that interview the same way? Because the clear out has begun. We just don't know what was discussed in that interview. And whilst it will come down to Ashworth, Barada and Wilcox on who gets bought and who gets sold, and they will consult Amorim, we don't have a Sir Alex Ferguson saying, get rid of Jaap Stam for what he said about the Nevilles, get rid of Beckham because I don't like what he's doing in his private life, get rid of Roy Keane because what he's done in the MUTV. We are stepping into a really different world now. Some people are doing it with arms wide open. Some people are sort of like, let's wait and see. But just to compare to what United used to be, and we shouldn't be about that, but we used to have a manager who could, like Pep Guardiola, get rid of Cancelo. He's fell out with me. How does that work now? We're going to have to wait and see. But there is no way in a million years that Amorim, when he's got potentially Man City on the table, potentially other clubs on the table, there's no way he's going to leave Sporting in the season to take the Man United job with zero power. I think he will be consulted, and ultimately, I wouldn't read it as a bad thing. I want to know your thoughts, but I wouldn't read it as a bad thing that Amorim's going to knock on the door of Dan Ashworth and say, he's absolutely shit. Like, I don't care, he's rubbish, I need to get rid of him. And Dan Ashworth's going to go, no, you're going to keep him. That doesn't help Dan Ashworth. And I think that's where people run off with this. They go, we've got a manager now who's going to want to sell these players, and then Dan Ashworth and co are going to say no. It's not in Dan Ashworth's interests. Sir Jim Ratcliffe himself has said that squad's not good enough. If the team fails, I'm sure Sir Jim will find a way to speak to Ruben Amorim. And when Ruben Amorim says, well, I told Dan Ashworth I wanted to get rid of these players and he won't do it, Dan Ashworth will be sacked. So we've got to remember that this is not necessarily a negative. We're just going to have to suck it and see. A bit like the new Champions League format. Is it good? Is it bad? We won't really know for a couple of years. Is it good? Is it bad that Ineos have got the final say on site sales and purchases? We don't really know, but it's not in Barada or Wilcox or Ashworth's interests to not listen to Amorim, because when the results go bad, if Amorim can say, well, they're not listening to me, it's not my fault, they'll get sacked. Dan Ashworth, Omar Barada and Jason Wilcox are not bulletproof. You know, Ten Hag's been sacked, they can be sacked. So accountability across more people should lead to better performance, is what I'm saying. Lewis, welcome to the Members Club. You're an absolute legend. Any chance we sell 5 and 4 or 4 or 5 in January, says Mike. I don't know what that is. If Rashford didn't come from the academy, would he still be here, says Stuart? I think McTominay would have been gone a lot quicker if he hadn't come from the academy. And look, you've got to appreciate that we're a massive football club and we're massive about our academy. I mean, it's not a secret that if you come from the academy, you probably are going to get protected a little bit more than you would if you... Look, if Anthony'd come from the academy, probably get a little bit more time, wouldn't he? I don't know. But look, I want to talk about the clear out. So what do we think has taken place in that conversation with Ruben Amorim? And all I really care about is that, again, when you talk about the Ten Hag and the Pochettino interview, we know Ten Hag got a veto. We know there was a bit of give and a bit of take. And we know that Ten Hag said things about promoting the academy and making bad players better. And for a little bit of time it worked, but ultimately he's been sacked. I hope Ineos are not so naive. And when I say Ineos, it's just a short term for Brailsford, Barada, Ashworth and Wilcox. I hope that collective are not so naive to have spoken to Amorim and say, we want you to make Bruno great again. We want you to make Rashford great again. We want you to get another 3 years out of Casemiro. We want you to make Luke Shaw great again. Basically, Ruben, we've got a bunch of players that have been underperforming, who are earning massive money that we can't sell, we won't sell, and we want you to make them great again. If they've done that, then for me, I'm worried. I think that's the only thing I would say. I'm worried about that. We've got a Fabrizio Romano tweet coming in about Mason Mount as well. I'll talk to you about in a moment. But I want to talk about this for a moment. We don't know, and we probably never will know, but in that meeting with Amorim, the same things will have been discussed that were discussed with Ten Hag. Like in his interview, Ten Hag was asked about what he's going to do with Rashford, what he's going to do with the youth, what transfers he'd be looking at. All that was discussed. So if you're sat here tonight or stood up like me going, oh, Amorim won't have even had a conversation about certain players or the transfer market, he absolutely will have. That will have been massive. And what I'd be very interested to know is, have the Ineos collective said to him, this player, this player, this player, this player can't be sold, so you've got to work with them. Do you want to work with them? And we only have this much budget. Can you work with that? And I would love to know the answers to that question. And we're not going to know the answers to those questions. But I think in the shortness of time, we will figure out the answer to those questions. What do you think those answers are? What do you think the budget is that he's working to? Because to me, if they've said to him, we don't have a lot of money, do you want the job? And he said yes, you can't argue with him taking the job, but that's a big concern. If they've said to him, you can't sell Bruno, you can't sell Rashford, you can't sell Shaw, and he still took the job, I think that's problematic. And nothing against those three players, but that to me would be a problem. Just Keevan says we're broke. We don't know the parameters. I wish we bloody did. I don't know why we don't. I don't know why football fans get treated like mushrooms. But I would love to know, because he knows and Ineos know what the parameters of his job are. And you and I would be a bloody moron if you don't think he knows that. We're just not party to the information. He will know his budget and he will know what his power is to get rid of players. They will have spoken to him about certain players. Look, let's use Bruno as an example. They'll have spoken to him about Bruno. They'll have spoke to him about Bruno, and they will have asked him about Bruno, and they would have told him what they expect to happen with Bruno. And he would have had his say, and then they would have come to some sort of agreement. So let me just read this out in case some of you don't know how it works. Let's say they spoke about Bruno. They would go, Bruno Fernandes has just signed a new contract. He is on big money. We have committed to this player. What are your thoughts on him, Ruben? I really like this player. I like his attitude. I think he can work for me. Great. Let's move on to somebody else. It gets interesting if he keeps saying, yes, I like this player. I'll get the best out of them. Because these conversations will have taken place. They'll have taken place with every single player, from Onana to Rasmus, from Dalot to Rashford. They'll have gone through all those players because they have to go through those players. These are the sort of conversations that will have taken place, because what they won't want is Amorim comes into the job and a week in he goes, I want to sell Garnacho. And the club will go, what? What? We don't want to sell Garnacho. So all those conversations will have taken place. The interesting thing I would love to know is, has he been told he can sell players, or has he been told you can't? And that will, to me, define his future when you say, in 2.5 years, will he be successful? Or in 2.5 years, will he be sacked? There are multiple different detail in there. What if he has an injury crisis? What if we get a bit lucky in certain games? But I think the foundation of his success will come down to two things. One, the budget he has to buy his players, which any manager should have. There is no correlation between Ruben Amorim and what Ten Hag spent or what Ollie spent. He has spent nothing. If Ten Hag got 600 million, Amorim should get 600 million. It's as simple as that. He should not be judged. And again, only an absolute moron is going to take into account what we've spent last summer. He spent nothing. That is not his money. People tried to do this with Ten Hag and Sancho. Oh, he should be playing him. We paid 75 million. Ten Hag didn't pay 75 million for him. Ten Hag inherited that player. If he thinks it's a mistake, it is his right. If Amorim comes in and doesn't like Yoro, that is his right. So he has, for me, two things. One, the budget he gets has to be a fair budget. He cannot be coming in and working on a bloody, next to nothing, because that will damage his chances, especially when he's going to transform the way we play football. And the second thing is, what players can be sold? And if I could have any information from Man United now, that would be rocket fuel. That would be gold dust. How much is his budget and who can he sell? And if you knew that, you could predict how successful this manager's going to be. Because if I told you, on this bit of paper, he's only got £200 million to spend over the next 2 years, and he's not allowed to sell anyone, you would go, forget about it, it's over. But if I said to you, anybody can be sold, and he's got a budget between 500 million and £1 billion, you'd say, yabba dabba doo, let's go to work. And those will be the two factors that really break down how well he can do. Amorim being pestered by Gary Cottrell is awful. I've already apologised for that as an Englishman, Ron. It was disgusting. Welcome to... The thing is, I don't think the British media are representative of Manchester United fans. I really don't. I think if Amorim or any player wants to understand what Man United fans are all about, get yourself on the United stand. Get yourself on other websites. We are hungry for success and we do lose our temper. But the way the British media behave... They don't represent fans. They represent themselves. They're horrible. They're absolutely horrible. The way they speak. They are a bit of a joke. Edward's gifted a membership. You're a legend. 50 pence and a packet of crisps. That's our budget, says Jackie. Don't we lose more by not playing Champions League football, says La Familia. Yeah, I think the Europa League is absolutely essential to Manchester United this year. But I tell you what, Spurs are in the Europa League and they're better than us. Emily Derry says, if there is a breakdown between player and coach, the direction should be to go back to the long-term vision of the club or the coach, not one brand player, says Emily Derry. Lewis Noakes, welcome to the Members Club. Thank you very much. Get your comments in. I want to get some of your thoughts on what we've just said there. Ruben Amorim words are powerful. Committing to Manchester United as his club shows a deep connection and loyalty. That kind of dedication can make a real difference. I like his no English comment by saying no, says Paul Woolley. I think Garnacho is influenced by bad mentors such as Rashford and Bruno. Garnacho is adapting to the selfish play from them. That was from Hull. And maybe we can talk about Garnacho in a little bit. Harry says, Maguire, Rashford, Hoyland, Bruno, Lindelof, Evans, Shaw, Ahmad, and if Zerki doesn't pull his finger out, can go too. Not good enough, says Harry. Remember when Chelsea sold nearly their entire Champions League winning squad? They've done a full reset and look at them now. United need to do the same, says Iad. And the club came out last summer and sent everyone for sale apart from the young players, says Barry. And nobody bought us. That feeds in perfectly. Where does the money come from if you can't sell players? Daniel Sturtry says, thank you for giving me happy times during the dark times in my life. Making me feel part of this community helps a huge amount, and I can't thank you enough. Great, Daniel. Hope you're doing well. Aren't you on a date tonight, Daniel? Daniel's on a date. He was watching my Man United career mode earlier and entertaining, and apparently he's got a date tonight. So I just told him, let them talk. Ask them about themselves. People love that. Glazers Out says, Mark, for Amorim or any manager to be successful at United, then we fans should get together and support him. We should not behave toxic. You got no chance of that, Glazers Out. I'd love it to be the case, but it's not the case. Our fan base is look, even before social media, our fan base was divided. If you speak to older fans, there are elements of United's fan base that have always been divided, and they try to blame it on social media, but they've always been divided. Manchester United Supporters Trust isn't for some sections of our fan base. It's always been divided. There's always been that. It's natural. Sean O'Rourke says, it's my 25th birthday, Mark. I've been listening to the United Stand since 2016. Thanks for everything you do. Will we win a title by the time I'm 30? You've got 5 years, Sean. Look, there's always a chance. If Amorim's successful, you've got a chance. Goldio says, does the early show mean you're doing a Fulham watch-along? No. Sadly, they're our rivals for top. Yeah, I'm not doing a watch-along for Fulham Brentford. Good luck to you if you're watching it, but it's not for me. Okay, I want to just keep talking about this for a moment. I think in relation to Amorim as well, something that came out today and has been reported that he watched the game yesterday. No shit, Sherlock. I mean, I think he would have watched the game yesterday even if he was never going to be Man United manager. It's Chelsea against Man United on a Sunday afternoon. Lots of people watch the Premier League. I think he'd have watched the game anyway. What do you think he would have taken from that game is actually a very good question. I'd like to read some of yours out. What do you think Amorim will have taken from that game yesterday? I think this is a fantastic question. And it got me thinking, and I'm going to just bullet point a few of the things and read some of yours. I think looking at Man United yesterday, he'll have looked at the defence and gone, I can work with that. I think he'll have looked at Mazraoui and gone, he is a very good player. De Ligt is a very good player. And Martinez is a very good player. Now, whether you can play them as the three, I think Mazraoui is intelligent enough to do it. I think he's also intelligent to maybe play as a wing-back, but he normally puts wingers there. He might even think about putting Mazraoui in the pivot. So I think in Mazraoui, you know what? When Ten Hag put Mazraoui at number 10, I lost my shit. I understood it last night. I actually understood why he did it. I think last night was the first time I realised why, and Mourinho mentioned it as well, because I think he just stands out like a sore thumb as a better player than most of our players. Like, I was watching him in that first half against Chelsea, and the way he moves the ball with his feet is really quick. For a fullback, he's actually quite technical. Very good defensively, but very technical with the ball at his feet. So I think he'll look at people like Mazraoui, De Ligt, Martinez and say, I can work with those. They're all technically good defenders and they're quite good with the ball at their feet. Obviously, Onana, I think he'll give him a chance. So I think that's a good platform. And I thought defensively, we did do quite well yesterday. Nicholas Jackson was quiet. Cole Palmer was quiet. Neto had a decent game without any end product. But I think we defended quite well yesterday. And I think he'll look at that and be quite happy with it. Obviously, Yoro's got to come back as well. Harry Maguire's got to come back. So there's some good options at the back. I'm talking in the short term as well. I think moving into the midfield, again, I think he'll be quietly confident because he knows Agate, and that'll be a double positive. He knows Agate, and he's a younger player that I think he thinks he can work with. I actually think he might be quite positive about Casemiro. I am struggling to move past Casemiro's performances over the last 6 months. I know, I'm trying. I know a lot of you like Casemiro, and I'm coming from a place where I really like Casemiro, but I'm struggling with the way he played towards the end of last season, at the start of this season. I just thought it was horrible. And I need to see more than average performances to do it. But in a double pivot with 3 centre-backs and 2 wide players running back and forward, Casemiro will never be in a position like he was last season where he's left exposed. So I think he'll look at Casemiro and Agate and not be completely unhappy with those options in his double pivot. He's also got Mainu to come back. So again, quite positives from defence to midfield, the base of the midfield. I think he'll be quite positive. Then the problems happen. If you're tuning in a little bit late, we're talking about what Amorim will have thought of Manchester United yesterday when he watched them. So I think defensively and the double pivot, I think he'll be reasonably happy with that. I think he'll think he can work with that. I don't think that's where the problems were yesterday. And I think he can work with that, knowing that Mainu's coming back. Obviously, Collier maybe as well. The problems start with his wing-backs, his 2 attacking midfielders and his striker if he's going to play a 4-3-3. He plays wingers as his back 5 or his 4-3-3, his 3-4-3. There ain't no way Marcus Rashford or Garnacho yesterday are going to fill Amorim with confidence in 2 very key positions. So when we watch Sporting tomorrow, we'll highlight a lot of this. They use wingers predominantly in the 3-4-3, but those wingers have to provide width, obviously, but also width defensively when you've not got the ball. His wingers work really hard. You can put fullbacks there, wing-backs there, but he predominantly uses wingers there, and they're going up and down like that. United's wingers go like this. Halfway line, walk back, sprint. So that's where he's going to look at it and go, I need these wide players to run a hell of a lot more than they are. Now, look, we'll leave it at that. He does need that to happen. His number 10 positions or his 2 attacking midfielders, Bruno Fernandes, I think he'll be encouraged by. I genuinely think Amorim will be happy with Bruno. He might get a shock when he gets hold of him, but I think he will. Look, Bruno Fernandes' reputation in football is very good. Whether you're Mikel Arteta, whether you're Jurgen Klopp, whether you're Pep Guardiola, he retains a good reputation and respect in football. We see him week in, week out. We know that he hasn't had that many good games since Christmas. But in football, it's not just Amorim who would look at Bruno and go, I think I can use this player. I think there's a lot of people that respect Bruno. So I think he'll be quite happy with him. I actually think Rasmus, he'll look at and go, look at what I did with Gyökeres. I might be able to do something with him. But I think someone like Mason Mount's going to be really important. Someone like Ahmad's going to be really important. Can he use them more centrally in behind that striker? But I think fundamentally, when I look at the game yesterday, if Amorim's watching it, I think the 2 areas of concern are probably 2 of the most important positions in his team. It's that width. It's that 3-4-3, 2 players out wide who've got to work their fucking socks off. And we haven't got players who do that. So that's where he's going to look at it. And I wonder at the start whether he'll actually use Delo and a more defensive player there as well. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. But I don't think when he looks at United yesterday, he will be totally as pissed off as some of us were. Because we're at the bottom of the barrel with the Ten Hag era, which is where he wants to be. If I'm taking over Man United, I'm devastated that they're shit as a United fan. But if I'm taking over for my reputation, I'm like, this is absolutely brilliant. Do you fancy losing to Leicester as well? Oh, you're on your knees. You're absolutely shit. You are so, I'd walk in on the first day and go, you are shit. The only way is up. Get Yaz on. The only way is up. Come on. It's great for Amorim where the club is. And I think he'll actually look at it and go, there's 7 or 8 players in that team who actually I think I can make really a lot better very, very quickly. But I think he will be worse. I think he will be worried about the wide because the work ethic's not there at the moment. And it's why is that not there? And how do I get that? And he might, as we know, you might get those wingers running for the first month, but you need them to run for 8 months. And that's going to be his biggest issue. So I think looking at it yesterday, I don't think he'll have seen as many negatives as maybe we did. I think he'll think he can get, because all he's got to do is get to the Europa League final and win it this year. He hasn't got to get us in a title race. He probably hasn't got to get us in the top 4. He's just got to build a team to get us into the Europa League final. We might find ourselves in a position in February where we're actually prioritising the Europa League. They could become mini cup finals for us every couple of weeks, where the league is a nice to have, but it's all about the Europa League. Mourinho did it a little bit later in his first season. He prioritised it in April, but we might do it a little bit earlier this year. La Familia says, some of our players seem lazy, weak and soft. Yeah, we spoke about this morning. What about Mount and Delo as wing-backs, says Patrick? I can't see Mason Mount fit, let alone running up and down as a wing-back. Let me just tell you, actually, Patrick Lynch has put us into something really nice here. So Mason Mount is back training. Fabrizio Romano has just tweeted it. Mason Mount returns to group training as Manchester United staff will now manage his return. Is he magically back fit because of Amorim? Will he magically stay fit now? I don't think so. I genuinely don't. I don't think Mason Mount is a player that disliked Ten Hag, if that's what people are saying. He was bought by Ten Hag out of the blue. He was given the number 7 shirt by Ten Hag when he shouldn't have got it. I think he's genuinely been injured for the last 18 months. I think he's genuinely got a problem. There's been this rumour that he's got this pelvic injury that can be a real problem for players. I'm actually not expecting Mason Mount to stay fit for any long period of time. I hope I'm going to be long. I hope I'm going to be long. That's what she said. Anyway, I hope I'm going to be wrong on that one, but I genuinely think we've got a player here that is going to have major injury problems in the future. I just don't think that. I mean, he's only 25. He's only 25. He's 2 years younger than Marcus Rashford, and we think Marcus Rashford's young. So he's back. Mason Mount. I just don't know how long he's going to be back for. What I would say about Mason Mount is if somebody could give him a magic potion and make him stay fit within an Amorim team, and the way they move the ball around as a front three, and what I'm talking about is the figurehead striker and the 2 attacking midfielders behind, he probably would suit it quite well if Amorim can get a tune out of him. But I'm very worried about him staying fit. I think for a 25-year-old to miss basically 14 months of football, that's not normal. And I want to be wrong, and I think we all want to be wrong, but that's not normal for a 14-month layoff for a 25-year-old. I know Malacia's younger, but Malacia's done his knee. Mason Mount's had loads of comebacks, and he's broken down every single time. So I do worry about that. Lenny Yoro, obviously, is very different. He's back in training, expected to be back involved for the Ipswich game. I think by Ipswich, which will be Ruben Amorim's first game, he could have Mason Mount, he could have Lenny Yoro, he could even have a left back. So he might go into Ipswich, not only Amorim's first game, but it might be the first time this season where you can pretty much pick a balanced team, which would be a great start for him, and he deserves that. I'm not looking back. I'm not saying, oh, you know, Ten Hag never had a left back. That's Ten Hag, he's gone. It would be nice if Amorim could start. I'm sure some people will criticise, oh, surprise, surprise, all these players are back. But to be honest with you, if you've been struggling with injury and a manager gets sacked and a new manager comes in, you're probably going to work harder to get back fit for that manager because you need to be ready to go, don't you? Shahin says, are we really going into another clear out? Most of these players are relatively new. I don't have patience for another 10. Here we goes, says Shahin. I suppose everybody's going to have their own idea, Shahin, about who needs to go and who shouldn't. Anthony could be great with proper guidance. Thoughts, says Mishka. Choose your words carefully. I've given up on Anthony.
I guess you could say I just want to have a meaningful relationship with someone special.
Patrick, Patrick, I know you're there. Pick up the phone, you bad boy.
Do you want me to go?
Yeah.
The only time Whis received damage. As we all know, Whis is one of the strongest characters in the franchise, being Beerus' assistant as well as his master. One of the most characteristic things of this character is that he was never injured or hit by a single punch, since his perfect mastery of Ultra Instinct. But despite being an angel and having perfected UI, did you know Whis was damaged for the first time in the DBS anime? In episode 91, he joins Goku in an under-gravity training session just like old times, and in a glimpse, he grapples Goku from behind just like Topo did. In that moment, Goku made perfect use of the situation and bit Whis' hand, leaving some teeth marks on it and making Whis experience pain for the first time in the series. Why was this possible since Whis' body moves on its own all the time? Well, this is simply a gag, just like when the angel stepped on poop in Resurrection F. It's just a comical resource of the series. But as it is comical, it's the only time we saw Whis receiving damage. What do you think? Would it be any character that could deal serious damage to Whis in the future? Leave your thoughts about it below. The only time Whis received damage, as we all know, the only time Whis received
So I stopped eating edibles, and Joe Rogan, my sleep pattern changed. Bad.
Did you try anything? Did you try like melatonin or anything like that?
I did cocaine for 30 years, melatonin. I could eat 20 turkeys, they could all suck my dick. Gabba gabba, gooba goobu. I drink them all together, the tea, the wine. Leave me alone, please. Leave me the fuck alone, all right? Go fuck yourself. So I stopped eating edibles, and Joe Rogan, my sleep pattern changed. Bad.
Did you try anything? Did you try like melatonin or anything like that?
I did cocaine for 30 years, melatonin. I could eat 20 turkeys, they could all suck my dick. Gabba gabba, gooba goobu. I drink them all together, the tea, the wine. Leave me alone, please. Leave me the fuck alone, all right? Go fuck yourself. So I stopped eating edibles, and Joe Rogan, my sleep pattern changed. Bad.
Did you try anything? Did you try like melatonin or anything like that?
I did cocaine for 30 years, melatonin. I could eat 20 turkeys, they could all suck my dick. Gabba gabba, gooba goobu. I drink them all together, the tea, the wine. Leave me alone, please. Leave me the fuck alone, all right? Go fuck yourself. So I stopped eating edibles, and Joe Rogan, my sleep pattern changed. Bad.
Did you try anything? Did you try like melatonin or anything like that?
I did cocaine for 30 years, melatonin. I could eat 20 turkeys, they could all suck my dick. Gabba gabba, gooba goobu. I drink them all together, the tea, the wine. Leave me alone, please. Leave me the fuck alone, all right? Go fuck yourself. So I stopped eating edibles, and Joe Rogan, my sleep pattern changed. Bad.
Did you try anything? Did you try like melatonin or anything like that?
I did cocaine for 30 years, melatonin. I could eat 20 turkeys, they could all suck my dick. Gabba gabba, gooba goobu. I drink them all together, the tea, the wine. Leave me alone, please. Leave me the fuck alone, all right? Go fuck yourself. So I stopped eating edibles, and Joe Rogan, my sleep pattern changed. Bad.
Did you try anything? Did you try like melatonin or anything like that?
I did cocaine for 30 years, melatonin. I could eat 20 turkeys, they could all suck my dick. Gabba gabba, gooba goobu. I drink them all together, the tea, the wine. Leave me alone, please. Leave me the fuck alone, all right? Go fuck yourself. So I stopped eating edibles, and Joe Rogan, my sleep pattern changed. Bad.
Did you try anything? Did you try like melatonin or anything like that?
I did cocaine for 30 years, melatonin. I could eat 20 turkeys, they could all suck my dick. Gabba gabba, gooba goobu. I drink them all together, the tea, the wine. Leave me alone, please. Leave me the fuck alone, all right? Go fuck yourself. So I stopped eating edibles, and Joe Rogan, my sleep pattern changed. Bad.
Did you try anything? Did you try like melatonin or anything like that?
I did cocaine for 30 years, melatonin. I could eat 20 turkeys, they could all suck my dick. Gabba gabba, gooba goobu. I drink them all together, the tea, the wine. Leave me alone, please. Leave me the fuck alone, all right? Go fuck yourself. So I stopped eating edibles, and Joe Rogan, my sleep pattern changed. Bad.
Did you try anything? Did you try like melatonin or anything like that?
I did cocaine for 30 years, melatonin. I could eat 20 turkeys, they could all suck my dick. Gabba gabba, gooba goobu. I drink them all together, the tea, the wine. Leave me alone, please. Leave me the fuck alone, all right? Go fuck yourself. So I stopped eating edibles, and Joe Rogan, my sleep pattern changed. Bad.
Did you try anything? Did you try like melatonin or anything like that?
I did cocaine for 30 years, melatonin. I could eat 20 turkeys, they could all suck my dick. Gabba gabba, gooba goobu. I drink them all together, the tea, the wine. Leave me alone, please. Leave me the fuck alone, all right? Go fuck yourself. So I stopped eating edibles, and Joe Rogan, my sleep pattern changed. Bad.
Did you try anything? Did you try like melatonin or anything like that?
I did cocaine for 30 years, melatonin. I could eat 20 turkeys, they could all suck my dick. Gabba gabba, gooba goobu. I drink them all together, the tea, the wine. Leave me alone, please. Leave me the fuck alone, all right? Go fuck yourself. So I stopped eating edibles, and Joe Rogan, my sleep pattern changed. Bad.
Did you try
Tai Lopez is arguably the most iconic scammer in YouTube history. He's the mastermind behind the classic "here in my garage, just bought this Lamborghini" clip. Throughout the years, no name has commanded less respect than Tai Lopez. He is just a clown people shoot spitballs at. He is just like the communal piñata that people used to love to take shots at, like a little punching bag. And it was always good fun because he's a piece of shit. He is literally a scammer. And not many people know this, but he's actually still around. This cockroach has persisted and he still posts videos and still tries to sell courses and seminars. So I wanted to take a look at one of his more recent ones, a tour of his $100 million mansion. Except it's not his mansion, he's leasing it. And he's not trying to hide that fact either. He wears it proudly on his sleeve and spends 17 minutes coping trying to convince his audience that leasing a $100 million property is actually a galaxy brain, giga chad financial decision, and tries to convince them that leasing is better than buying in a lot of cases. It is unbelievable delusion.
So let me give you the reasons why I just leased this $100 million house in Beverly Hills. Why would I lease this for a year? Is that crazy?
It's beyond crazy. It's plain brain dead. This is plus ultra moron shit here. Leasing a $100 million property, and trying to posture it as a good thing and a smart financial decision, that is
Luke's gonna go a little scuffed, but he should be fine. Still gone to that rail at 57, that's a good sign.
Chaos control! This is ultimate power. Reach!
129.10. That might be it. That might be.
Asmongold's editor pulling the receipts for his #1 hate watcher. What are you doing?
Guys, hold on to your butts. I'm about to take you on an adventure. Now, you're probably thinking it's just a bunch of trolls not getting the obvious joke. Well,
yeah,
let me
true.
present to you one of the finest places on the internet, r/YouTube drama.
But editor, why would we care about some niche community talking shit?
Yeah.
Well, let me show you. See this name? Rings any bells?
Excalibur Umbra Re?
Probably not. Well, for the last year, this person has been creating about 90% of the Asmongold hate threads on Reddit and absolutely stalking his every move. Here's a quick show reel.
Oh my...
And believe me, these are only a fraction of the threads he created.
What? Who is this guy?
Just in the last year. I couldn't...
This was all... Wait. 6 months ago? 3 months ago? 25 days ago? 4 months ago? So this is all... He did all of this. He's speedrunning.
And believe me, these are only a fraction of the threads he created just in the last year. I couldn't stomach digging deeper into his account. Why, you might ask? Well, let me show...
A million... Oh, now I know why he's doing it. Bro, he got 1 million fucking karma, and all he's doing is posting screenshots of me.
What's going on inside the head of this individual?
But editor, why are all the previews of his Reddit threads blurred?
Well, you see, about half of this person's posts are about lollis and huge footers. Believe me, the first time I noticed this serial...
Wife bonding with her husband, bonding with their kids, Akira flexing her body, groping Kai from behind.
About half of this person's posts are about lollis and huge footers. Believe me, the first time I noticed this serial stalker, I couldn't believe my eyes. This person is in a constant state of flux, hate and gooning, gooning and hate, and when he can't goon, he hates even more. And also, that's 11 pages of Reddit threads that he created. That's about 275...
Wait, this is in the last 21 days! All of this was...
Excalibur, I'm begging you on bended knees. Please, for the love of Christ, seek help.
Yeah.
Back to you, Baldy.
Gooning in it. This is I don't even know what to think about this. Gooning and hating, gooning and hating, gooning and hating, gooning and hating. You could probably time his gooming sessions from his daily posts. Well, there's probably more than one a day. Like a person who's posting on this many hentai subreddits, there's not one gooning session a day. There are days inside of gooning sessions. Your #1 hater probably thinks of you while gooning. Wait a minute. There's a 0% chance that that hasn't happened. Guaranteed that happened. If he's making this many posts about me, so there's like pretty much, I think there's like a 95% chance that this dude is off while I was on his second monitor. So is his post nut clarity is making a hate thread about me on Reddit? This is amazing. This is absolute fucking cinema. Get him on a disc. No, I'm not getting him on a Discord. No. Gooning and hating, gooning and hating, gooning and hating, gooning and hating. All right, here we go. Diablo fanboys try to defend Diablo. A compilation of the best Dragon Age Veilguard dialogues? Oh no. Oh no. Okay. You know what the worst thing is? None of these dialogues are things that I've even encountered. Here we go.
Armada Special. It's what the pirates eat when they come to port.
This is too rich for me. Perhaps you could prepare some vegetables.
Fine. Here, Vegetables. So, I'm non-binary.
What does that mean?
I had big fingers. It means I don't feel like a man or a woman.
If you are neither a man nor a woman, then what are you?
I'm a dragon slayer. Non-binary. I just said, and I'm going
This isn't AI, right? Like, I don't want to get fooled if this is like some like AI thing. It's in the game. Okay. Okay.
use they instead of she from now on.
If this is because I have criticized your dress or your manners...
It isn't!
Under the Cune, the term for one whose gender does not match the one given to them at birth was a Cunithlock. Perhaps you are like that.
Why do you have to keep picking at it? Why can't you just be happy for me?
Evatosh, Chakra to Ebra.
So I'm supposed to struggle with who I am? Even if I don't feel like I fit, even if I feel wrong?
No, you misunderstood.
Then say it better! Why am I never enough for you?
I will go. Thank you.
When did it become acceptable to make video games a platform for you to trauma dump with your relationship about your parents? This is amazing. Like, oh my God. The writer had some serious daddy. Yes. Like, what is this? Oh my.
Thank you for inviting me to your home. Panahedan.
I'm a dragon slayer!
So, does the fire feel like a part of you? Or I don't know, like something else inside you?
No, it has to be me.
Has to? What if it's not?
How?
Sometimes the stone magic feels like something else in me. It's me, but it's not me, you know?
So, what's this about?
I got you a thing.
Oh, Tosh, it's gorgeous. Oh, the stitching.
Yeah, because I appreciate your skills. At archery.
I get more embarrassed watching this than I did watching Scott's Tots. I could watch Ninja's New Year's Eve party on repeat for an hour and cringe less than this. This is amazing. How is this possible?
Thank you, Tosh. That's really sweet.
You're really nice. And, you smell good.
Oh, thank you?
Really good.
What's so crazy about that is that if that was in real life and a guy was saying that to a girl and he had a fedora and a neckbeard, people would want him canceled. That's what's so, like, yeah, bro, like that's like the meme. Hello, HR. Like, what is this? It's just so... Oh my God.
Please get there faster, Harding.
Oh. Hey, Tosh. Do you want to come
Because of your friendship with both Harding and Tosh have begun a relationship.
expect me to break this in?
Yeah. Like, now?
Of course now.
Oh, good. Let's go.
Okay, the stomach I get, but did it really have?
Hey, who ate the last breaded cheese wand?
I wonder if these people ever realize that this does more damage to the perception of non-binary people in media than my entire YouTube channel will ever do. Like, all of the things that people accuse me of, this is actually doing it 1,000 times worse. It's actually crazy. Like, cause it, like, so pretty much like a one-to-one comparison for this would be like that golem from Dragon Age. It was an Inquisition or Origins, right? Cause it's like kind of a character that's like in some ways similar to this character. This is unbelievable.
Oh no, I'm sorry. I guess I thought, well, I don't know what.
It's fine.
No. They're your favorite.
Say you're sorry some more. That'll fix it.
No, you're right. I'm pulling a barv. 1.
Wait, this happens twice? I don't know if I can finish this video, guys. Like, this is like self-harm. Oh my god. No, we can't stop. We have to keep going. But oh my... I actually really think this is a huge problem. Because I think this is setting back social relations by such a dramatic way. This is so harmful. He gave it a 6? Yeah, I didn't see this part. You know what I do with the cutscenes? I skip them. I don't even know who this bitch is. Yeah, I just wanted to level up the warrior and see if I could do something cool with, like, being able to do a lot of damage. Like, I actually restarted the game on hard mode because, like, any time that I beat a game that's not on hard mode, I feel like I didn't beat the game. So I restarted it, and I've been playing it off stream. And I don't even look at the cutscenes. I don't even look at the cutscenes at all. I have no idea what happens. Don't care. Hard or not. Oh, the hardest mode. The hardest hard mode. You still gave it a 6? Yeah. No, I mean, like, I think it's a 6 game. Right? I mean, like, there's, like, hours of dialogue and, like, cutscenes, probably. And, like, yeah, a little bit of it is cringe. I mean, basically, like, dialogue and story in a game matter a lot, but they're not really the reason why I play video games. Like, I don't know, maybe I'm weird. But, like, I think this is stupid and cringe, and it's just, like, bad for everyone. Yeah, for sure it is. But at the end of the day, ultimately, I don't really play the game for this reason. Like, this doesn't really move the needle for, like, whether I really want to play the game or not. That's just me.
2, 3.
Hey, you're weird? Yeah, that's just me.
Tosh, wait!
Okay.
Today, we claim our true strength by right of fire.
Come up!
Oh, gotcha, bitch!
Avatosh, little dragon. I am Ottershock, the Dragon King.
I like this guy. This guy's cool. I'm sure he's gonna die.
That you follow our mate.
You are wrong, Atashak. Chakra Toebra is not an order to struggle against what you are. It is a reminder that through struggle you find what you are. And you have never done so. Evitash has. They are stronger than you will ever be.
I love the narrative about how, like, somebody who gets mad about eating cheese sticks has struggled more than this barbarian warlord who's probably killed hundreds of people, because some people might not immediately know what gender they are. Like, it's just like this is like trauma dumping in video game form. It's insane. Yeah. What?
Rook, you will keep them safe.
Chakra Toebra.
Kama?
I am Ottershock, the Dragon King.
So, I'm non-binary.
You're like me.
I am nothing like you.
I'm a dragon slayer.
Evitash, the air has been running from the storm all afternoon. You came just in time for it.
I think that I saw this one.
There are others here as well, up the beach.
Yeah, it's okay. We came to meet them.
Rivani with one of their seers.
How did this get approved? Because, like, this guy's so cool. This guy's, like... What the fuck? Like, how do you go from that to this?
They asked how I was. They asked if I would like to come with them and teach about the weather.
You know what's funny? I feel like, yeah.
What did you mean the air is running away from the storm?
We think of air as being nothing, but if you have felt a driving wind, you know it has weight. On a calm, sunny day, the air rests on you like a warm, thick blanket. When a storm is coming, the air pushes on you less. We say that it is afraid, running from the storm.
You can feel the difference in the air.
Some of us use tools to measure it. Some of us can feel it in old aches, or the way your body knows the sun is rising.
A lot of Qunari are nervous around mages. You gonna be okay with that?
The people of Rivane are not plagued by demons. Their seers protect them. It is not the same as being under the Q, but it will be all right. And I think staying here would make me sad, now that Shathan is gone.
Yeah.
It's the, I think it's the modernized dialogue that really just sounds so fucking bad. Like,
your mother's horn.
It's crazy that, like, I thought that, like, Dragonflight, like World of Warcraft Dragonflight was soft modern. Bro, this makes Dragonflight look like Space Marine 2. What the fuck?
Is jewelry like the Rivani do.
Yeah. Rivani wear their stories.
She would like it.
She'd be so pissed.
She would. But she would be proud of you.
Hey, before we go, I brought food. It's probably not as good as she makes it.
Thank you, Evitash. I will eat the fruit.
We went there to save her.
She never did make it easy.
No shit. Chakra Toebra. What kind of last words are those for someone you're supposed to care about?
She also said you were stronger than the Dragon King.
And then I misunderstood the Qunari crap. Like always.
Oh my god.
We never got to yell it out. We never get to fix it. It's a bit of her horn. I cut it off when I left her. I should do something with it. Ravani would wear it as jewelry, but she hated when I acted Ravani. Kunari would graft the horn to their own, but she didn't want me to stay in the Qun. What would make her happy? Here, vegetables.
Oh my God. Wow. That was the longest 8-minute video I've ever seen. That actually hurt me. Yeah, I'm in, like, this is... And the worst thing is, like, it's all one character. You know? Like, it's just, it's... This is shocking. Like, how could you put something like this out? I mean, here, vegetables, so I'm non-binary? It's just... It's so unbelievably realistic how the non-binary character gets angry at shit for no reason. See, this is exactly what I'm talking about. This type of representation is actually so damaging. And I wonder when they're going to realize that. You should get banned. This is literally self-harm. Oh my God. This is, I don't even know what to say. Did they even show it to one person before publishing? I think that it was probably like a toxic positivity type thing. Tash notes, trans means was other gender. They changed. Wait, no. Trans woman is woman. Not feeling right in body dysphoria. Whole big thing. Could be feel like want be guy instead of... Also gender fluid. Can switch pronouns. Don't think that's... Oh my God. Oh my... Oh God. This is amazing. I don't know how this happened. Like, the game failed? Well, let me look and see. So, how many people did it have? It didn't even hit 90,000 people. I thought there was a good chance that it would hit 100K. I thought the game was good enough to hit 100K, but I guess a lot of people disagreed with me. Apparently, my opinion, bad take, apparently. So, yeah. It's all downhill from here. Well, if the game is peaking at 21 and it's already at 19 and it's only at 62,000, there's a good chance this game won't even hit 70,000 today. I think in probably a week or two, it's going to be, it's dead. It's a dead game, and I know it's a single-player game, so it's like, of course, that's what happens with every single-player game. But man... Man. I don't know what to say, guys. Put the fries in the bag? Yeah, somebody needed to... I wish that they had been doing that instead of writing. This is unbelievable. The most profound moment in gaming history. Yeah, I'll look at this. I don't know what this is.
For the past 4 years on this channel, I have made videos on various topics, but by far the most popular form of video I have done centers on video game analysis. What I think made them so popular is that instead of being your usual video game review, I have focused primarily on narrative. Specifically, I have focused on what I believe are the best stories in the video game canon. For 20 odd years, video game narratives have been demonstrating a capacity to confuse, entice, and emotionally manipulate their audience in the most positive of ways.
Okay.
Most recently, in fact, I've been putting forth the argument that video game narratives have demonstrated such sufficient profundity that they sometimes have matched the greatest stories told in other mediums. To continue our collective...
I think video games can be really great stories. I mean, there's good examples of that. I thought Dark Souls had a great story, and, you know, Final Fantasy, a lot of people love that one. There's a lot of examples of this. Warcraft 3, yeah.
Celebration of our modern-day digital mythology, I would finally like to give full attention to a game which, I would argue, has the most profound moment in gaming history. I refer to the final codec conversation from Metal Gear Solid 2. While I have done several videos on Metal Gear Solid 2 in the past, I have never given full analytic attention to this specific moment. The main reason why is because somebody has already done so. My all-time favorite YouTube video is titled The Most Profound Moment in Gaming, MGS2 AI Conversation Analysis. Though it was released almost 9 years ago by its creator, Logo Steve, I pondered for a while how I might do a better job than he did. However, given our current cultural context, I believe I have a few other worthwhile things to contribute. The advent of subjects like fake news, the resurgence of rampant political correctness, and our tendency towards online tribalism has imbued this conversation with a much denser sense of meaning.
Bro, I love this picture. These like cute little birds, and one of them has a sign that says die. Oh man, this is great.
To those who consider themselves gamers but have never played a Metal Gear Solid game, you are obligated to at least listen to this final conversation. Not only will you be enlightened by its philosophical commentary, but you will be terrified by its implications, as I have been for my entire life.
That's exciting.
Ryzen, are you receiving? We're still here.
How's that possible? The AI was destroyed.
Only GW.
Who are you?
To begin with, we're not what you'd call human.
You look lost.
Over the past 200 years, a kind of consciousness formed layer by layer in the crucible of the White House. It's not unlike the way life started in the oceans 4 billion years ago. The White House was our primordial soup, a base of evolution. We are formless. We are the very discipline and morality that Americans invoke so often. How can anyone hope to eliminate us? As long as this nation exists, so will we.
Up until the end of the game, the main character Raiden believed he was receiving orders from a man named Colonel Roy Campbell, a man who was also Solid Snake's commander throughout Metal Gear Solid 1. At the end of Metal Gear Solid 2, Raiden learned that his colonel was in fact an artificial intelligence, manipulating Raiden to perform its political bidding. The bidding in question refers to the AI's desire to control the human race by controlling the spread of information via the press and the internet. But
that sounds pretty, I could see how something like that could happen. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I could see about that. 2001. We also have to contextualize this. This is like, I mean, Serial Experiments Lane, like, explored something that's, like, kind of similar to this. And, like, didn't Lane come out in, like, 1998? Or, like, 99 or something like that? Yeah, Wabaka with the, I feel like, yeah, and like there's no way, like let's go ahead and just assume right now, like, Wubaka, thank you for 20 subs, thank you very much. Let's assume right now there is no way Kojima did not watch Lane. Literally no possible outcome. Like, he 100% watched it.
We'll focus on that more in a moment. During the first part of this conversation, the audience learns how this AI...
The point that I'm making is that there are a lot of other examples, like movies, things like war games, stuff like that, that came out around the same era that explored the same idea. Is that the idea of, like, AI, and at that point, people didn't really have a lot of technologically, like Matrix. Yeah, look at the Matrix. That's a great example. A lot of the people didn't really understand, like, what AI really could be or would be. So you had a lot of basically science fiction about it. And it's kind of weird that a lot of the science fiction ended up being true.
Came to be, and surprisingly, it is similar to the way human beings as a species came to be. Unlike the origin of human life in the oceans, the AI's quote-unquote life had its basis in American idealism, hence the AI's referencing of the White House as a symbol. In the mind of the AI, Their purpose is to push forward American values, things like freedom, equality, and healthy competition. However, Ryzen points out what should be an obvious contradiction in the AI's thought process, that the AI wants to take away those freedoms via censorship.
Cut the crap! If you're immortal, why would you take away individual freedoms and censor the net?
Jack, don't be silly.
Don't you know that our plans have your interests, not ours, in mind?
What?
Jack, listen carefully, like a good boy.
Not only are the AI...
Wow. Damn, that is crazy.
About to argue for the ethics of controlling information, but they are going to do so in a very condescending manner. As we move on, I suggest that you, the listener, pay attention to how the AI demeans Ryzen. Their pomposity is intrinsic to the effectiveness of their future argument.
The mapping of the human genome was completed early this century. As a result, the evolutionary log of the human race lay open to us.
We started with genetic engineering, and in the end, we succeeded in digitizing life itself.
But there are things not covered by genetic information.
What do you mean?
Human memories, ideas, culture, history.
Genes don't contain any record of human history.
Is it something that should not be passed on? Should that information be left at the mercy of nature?
We've always kept records of our lives, through words, pictures, symbols, from tablets to books.
But not all the information was inherited by later generations. A small percentage of the whole was selected and processed, then passed on. Not unlike genes, really.
That's what history is, Jack.
What the AI is trying to do here is illustrate how genes function similar to how memes function. If genes are, quote, a unit of heredity which is transferred from a parent to offspring and is held to determine some characteristic of the offspring, then a meme is something like an ethic, a fact, or an opinion that later generations inherit. Like genes, memes are also subject to a process called natural selection. If certain organisms are better
That's so true, man. Like, I hate it whenever you have somebody that tries to make something that's not funny into a meme. Oh my god. Because they try to do it. They try so fucking hard. It's like it doesn't matter how many fucking reservations they put pandas on, they still don't want to eat and have sex. They just sit around and fucking die. That's natural selection, man. Apparently, I have heard that pandas are now on the come up again, though, which is, you know, after Mr. Pandaria. Oh, fuck.
Adapted to their environment than others, then their genes are passed on to the next generation while others have the potential to die off.
Yeah.
Similarly, if certain memes seemingly hold enough meaning or logic, then supposedly they survive better than memes that do not.
Oh, there's a lot of memes that everybody knows. It's like also you have... The thing is, memes were not created by the internet. Memes were just like, they were coined on the internet and referred to as memes. Because memes got invented... fucking Richard Dawkins invented the word meme, and I think his book, it was in 1979, called The Selfish Gene. And, yeah, that, like, you remember, like, the fucking atheist guy? Well, anyway, yeah, The Selfish Gene, yeah, this is a way, way, way long time ago. And that's basically how he described what memes were, but people didn't really use the idea of memes until the internet came out. And anyway, memes are genes. Memes are, you can, like, I don't want to get into the metaphors of it, but point is that there are a lot of memes that happened before the internet. You know, things like, you know, putting the sunglasses on and being able to see, you know, the real truth and shit like that. Like the Matrix, like the red pill, like all that stuff. Like this was like kind of whenever the internet was coming out, but it was still used as a turn of phrase. And like many memes were created with like popular culture and like media and shit like that. Jumping the shark, yeah, they live, there you go. A lot of these. Even in like the 60s. Like, for example, like think of like all the memes that probably were happening in the 60s that people had in their mind of like Clockwork Orange. Or was it 70s? I forgot which one. But shit like that.
distinguishes memes from genes is the nature of the selection process. Genes are more or less subject to the amoral discretion of nature, but memes can be analyzed and weeded out via moral discretion. However, the AI will now illustrate how the natural selection of memes bears a unique problem in the internet age compared to the past few centuries.
But in the current digitized world, trivial information is accumulating every second, preserved in all its triteness.
That's tweets.
Never fading, always accessible.
Reddit
Rumors
posts.
about petty issues, misinterpretation, slander.
All of this junk data, preserved in an unfiltered state, growing at an alarming rate.
It will only slow down social progress, reduce the rate of evolution.
Prior to the internet age, information was curated. We read about the news in newspapers, watched the news on TV, and it was all funneled to us after passing through a, hopefully, professional body. Granted, there was a greater potential for curators such as journalists, editors, and academics to manipulate information to fit their various political biases, but at least there was some form of selection process going on. In the age of the internet, however, information is released so fast that it is impossible to control the discussion. Instead of listening exclusively to reporters, we are left to our own devices to derive what is valuable. Except, unlike the curators in the pre-digital age,
which I think is a good thing. I think that the internet version of media is better than the previous version of media. I absolutely think so. And thank God for that.
The general population does not know how to separate the wheat from the chaff. We will focus on small, trivial issues like a celebrity's love life, rather than macro issues, such as the cumulative monetary debt of the Western
Well, because people don't know what that is. The people don't understand math. Like, it's not complicated. Yeah, they just don't understand math.
World. We will only listen to news sources that confirm our pre-existing political leanings and ignore any challenging voices. If it sounds like I'm engaging in apologetics for censorship, I am not. I would never censor information under any circumstances. But what does one do in respect to the destructive influence of human bias? The AI goes on to propose a solution.
Okay.
Right. You seem to think that our plan is one of censorship.
Are you telling me it's not?
You're being silly. What we propose to do is not to control content, but to create context.
Fact checkers.
Create context.
The AI argues that because they are not prone to human error and have inner CPUs with greater processing power than the human brain, they would know how to curate information and present it to the human race in a way that doesn't slow human evolution. Unlike your average political body, which might censor information that is inconvenient to their cause, the AI would simply present information in the most factual way possible so that political bias would not intervene, thus cooling political tensions across the political spectrum. Of course, if something like the AI censorship program came into place, ethical questions would arise regarding whether or not this compromises human freedom, specifically our quote-unquote free will. Ideally, human beings should have the autonomy to make their own decisions, no matter what mistakes may follow. In response, the AI argues
It's crazy, like, there's a bunch of 12-year-olds that played this game are probably like, yeah, okay, all right, what's the next mission? Like, okay, next, all right. Next mission, let's go. Yeah, I need next mission. Like, yeah, people had no idea what any of this shit was.
The problems that arise from that freedom supposedly necessitate censorship.
The digital society furthers human flaws and selectively rewards development of convenient half-truths.
That's true.
Just look at the strange juxtapositions of morality around you.
Billions spent on new weapons in order to humanely murder other humans.
Rights of criminals are given more respect than the privacy of their victims.
Although there are people suffering in poverty, huge donations are made to protect endangered species.
True.
Everyone grows up being told the same thing.
Be nice to other people.
But beat out the competition.
You're special. Believe in yourself and you will succeed.
But it's obvious from the start that only a few can succeed.
Oh, shit.
You exercise your right to freedom, and this is the result. All rhetoric to avoid conflict and protect each other from hurt.
Here, The AI illustrates the various ways in which human error corrupts truth. That human error arises from an instinctual drive to protect ourselves emotionally and physically, which truth tends to threaten. For instance, let's say a religious fundamentalist is confronted with various scientific truths that challenge their worldview. Let's say the fundamentalist...
Yeah, if that happens, they're lying. Again, like God put those dinosaur bones in the earth to test us. To test our faith, to make sure that we'd still believe the Bible even whenever there's dinosaur bones in the earth. Yep, Satan put those dinosaurs in the earth to make us think that it's older than 6,000 years old. But you read the Bible, you know what it is.
Loses faith when confronted by those truths. What happens psychologically is that because the fundamentalist no longer has a belief system to make sense of the world, they are thrown into a mental pit of confusion and resentment. That loss of structure and certainty is so painful to the ideologue that it seems it would be better to avoid that feeling at all costs. This instinct is endemic to almost all human beings. This is why we separate ourselves into political tribes and won't consider the ethical implications of our positions. For instance, is it right to be pro-choice or pro-life? Instead of considering the validity of either side's argument, the pro-life crowd will chastise the pro-choice crowd as being on par with murderers, and the pro-choice crowd will chastise the pro-life crowd as being misogynist, religious zealots that want to control women. These low-resolution assumptions exacerbate tensions between political...
Well, here's the reason why all this stuff happens. It's because most of the people that are talking about it are fucking dumb. That's the reason why it happens. This is not like a super hard to understand thing. If you read what a lot of these people are talking about, they don't even know what they're talking about. And this happens all the time. Whenever there's a person that gets challenged on what they actually think, they're out there at some fucking convention and they're screaming and yelling, and you ask them, what do you think about this? How do you feel about it? And the more you ask them questions, the less they know. They're just dumb as fuck, man. People are stupid. The thing is, you've got to remember, it was not that long ago that all the boys were getting together. You know what they used to do? My dad told me about this. This apparently, was a little bit before his time. They would bring out even the families. This would be a family affair. And you know what it would be for? Lynching. That's right. Be a good old family affair. And then before that, yep, hanging somebody, absolutely. And then before that, throwing witches in the water. Before that, the church was executing people. They set Joan of Arc on fire. It's because people are fucking stupid. That's the reason why all this stuff always happens. How is it that these things keep happening? Because people are fucking stupid.
Parties and can potentially...
Who's Joan of Arc? He's the guy, remember in Wolf of Wall Street? Yeah, that fucked his cousin? Yeah.
To violent conflict. Most people will avoid these difficult conversations to preserve order, but if you ignore them long enough, political positions become cemented, and people will kill each other before they admit that they're wrong about something. The AI then present a future where human bias corrupts the flow of information.
My opinion on all of this is a very, kind of a philosophical viewpoint, is that I don't even think that people really care about being right or not. They just care about winning. So, being right is only, it's an afterthought that makes you feel better about winning, but it doesn't really matter. People, at the end of the day, look at every animal. Why do animals kill each other? Because they want food. It was not the right thing to do for the lion to kill the gazelle. It's not the right thing to do for a lizard to eat a fly. It's just what they do. Because they want the food, that person is food, that thing is food, so they eat the food. That's it. Everything else outside of that is all a fucking intellectualization of that primal desire. That's what I think.
The untested truths, spun by different interests, continue to churn and accumulate in the sandbox of political correctness and value systems.
Everyone withdraws into their own small gated community, afraid of a larger forum.
Damn. damn, what the fuck? Kojima, what the fuck? God damn, this is 2001? Oh my god.
They stay inside their little ponds, leaking whatever truth suits them into the growing cesspool of society at large.
The different cardinal truths neither clash nor mesh. No one is invalidated, but nobody is right.
Not even natural selection can take place here. The world is being engulfed in truth.
And this is the way the world ends. Not with a bang, but a whimper.
Yup.
As we saw in the 20th century, whether it is with Hitler's fascism or Stalin and Mao's communism, the ideologically possessed would rather kill millions in the name of their ideology rather than consider the arguments of their political opponents.
I disagree on that completely. I think that the reason why Stalin and Mao killed all those people was because they put them in danger. You kill those people because those people disagree with you, and they serve to put you at risk. Yeah, that's why they went to go kill them. It had nothing to do with an ideology. The ideology is the intellectualization of the power struggle.
This type of attitude in its nascent stages in the digital age, whether it's calling everybody who disagrees with you a racist, sexist, homophobic Nazi, or a West-hating communist, this attitude is pervasive throughout social media, forums, and comment sections. This type of inflammatory language has further polarized our political climate and has resulted in violent clashes. In the mind of the AI,
by the way, this video was 3 years ago it was made. It's gotten even worse now. I've read studies and statistics about this.
This is due to the fact that we insulate ourselves by staying inside our little ponds and casting all outsiders and dissidents as bad people. If this continues to happen, who knows what violent, oppressive future might manifest? Unlike the reality of MGS2, where a supposedly benevolent AI can make the hard decisions for us, our reality might become a sort of Orwellian nightmare.
We talked about this forever. I mean, the reason why 1984 and Animal Farm are so popular is because there is like an element of truth in what they do. There's a very big element of truth in the way that they're formed, everything like that. Yeah, it's already. And I will say that there are some people that are mad about this video. I'll read some of these. People in the South equals racist, unpatriotic, and want to control women. This is going to be long or just boring. It's not boring for you. You're mad because you're disagreeing with this. You're not bored. You're mad. Lynching in the South, another fine search. We need to nuke the whole South. We found the idiot. Well, at least he's got an accurate name. Dark Bulb. There's no light on anywhere here. Absolutely right. Followed 37 minutes ago. What an idiot. Okay, let's see here.
The AI wants to prevent.
We're trying to stop that from happening.
It's our responsibility as rulers. Just as in genetics, unnecessary information and memory must be filtered out to stimulate the evolution of the species.
And you think you're qualified to decide what's necessary and not?
Absolutely. Who else could wade through the sea of garbage you people produce, retrieve valuable truths, and even interpret their meaning for later generations?
There it is.
That's what it means to create context.
I want to remind you all that Metal Gear Solid 2 came out in 2001. This game was warning us about the advent of fake news, misinformation, and half-truths roughly 2 decades before the issue captured our collective attention.
Wow.
Worse yet, not only do the AIs describe a potentially dystopian future for both our reality and the reality of the game, but they also make us inadvertently realize that we currently have no constructive solution to the problem. The only tactic available at the moment is for individuals to strengthen their moral compass and call out misinformation where possible. However, given humanity's inherent imperfection, even the best of us
The problem with misinformation is that misinformation is often referred to, things are often referred to as misinformation whenever it is inconvenient. It's like, oh, well, this part is misinformation. Like, oh, this isn't really true. Or, oh, saying it this way or interpreting it this way is, oh, this is not really true. Yeah, I don't think so, guys. It's a buzzword. Yeah, it's 100%. It's a buzzword that makes people feel like they're justified to censor things.
prone to mistakes. Worse yet, instead of bolstering the best among us despite their mistakes, we will feverishly exacerbate the mistakes of our opponents for political gain. We see this quite vividly in what has been aptly termed call-out culture. For instance, it is thanks to this culture that there is no host for the Oscars this year. It is thanks to this culture that people will be fired from their job over a tweet they made 10 years ago. A person...
Yeah, well, the call-out culture and stuff like that, I think the real problem is not really call-out culture. The problem is doxing and people going after each other in real life. That's really what the issue is there, because like calling out a tweet and saying that a tweet is bad is totally okay. It's the fact that people use the platforms to attack people in real life. That's where the issue is. So, like, in my opinion, I think anybody who promotes this kind of stuff or engages in this kind of stuff, this should just be like an auto ban. Like, there's no way, like, anytime that you try to, like, attack somebody in real life because of something they did online, I think this is a very bad thing.
Might even be fired for a tweet that was taken out of context.
By attacking in real life, you mean physical or getting them fired? I think both. Yeah, I think that both. Like, it's just better for social media and it's better for everybody if people can't do that.
Text when said person did nothing wrong whatsoever. Worst of all, it is thanks to this culture that we will elect politicians not based on their ethics or policies, but on how effectively they can punch the other side. And let me
Well, it's also the reason why I think people usually vote for politicians based off of how much they don't like the other side. That's it. Yo, Rex Strong, thanks for the 10,000 bits. I know you don't need this, but you've inspired so many small streamers like me that I just want to say thank you. Have a good stream. Well, thanks, man. I appreciate it. I'm glad to help. Thank you very much. And I try to be, I don't know about inspiring. It's odd for me to hear that. It's kind of humbling in a bit. Thank you so much. Thank you. And yeah, hate voting. Exactly. That's what it is. If it's a game, Kojima didn't put this game just because he thought it was something he thought of. Yeah, I mean, I'm so glad you're watching this. Yeah, I mean, I think this is a big issue. I think the reason why people vote for other people is they like them, or the accessibility of their ideas is very, very easy to understand. That's why somebody like, I think that the problem, a lot of people were mad at Donald Trump, not because he called people Lion Ted, Crooked Hillary, and fucking Sloppy Steve. They didn't get mad at Donald Trump because he did that. I think the real reason why they were mad is because it worked. It fucking worked. He went there and he used these third grade insults, and he was calling people stupid, talking about how big his dick was on a national debate stage, and it worked. And that is a fucking reality check for a lot of people who don't think that that's what it really is. Because, yeah, it was entertaining. It was the truest truth out there. That's why it worked. How? Worked by making him the president. He won the election. He did not win the popular vote, keep in mind, but he did win the election. Yeah, so I think that's really what it is.
Emphasize, we have no solution to this problem. In the reality of Metal Gear Solid 2, however, a hypothetical solution is presented. Because people abuse the responsibility that comes along with freedom of speech and expression, and would rather attack people than their ideas, a system that controls information must be set up, supposedly for our own good. The AI go into more detail regarding this solution as the conversation goes on.
Well, we do have a system for that. It's called the law. The problem is whenever people think that they are beyond the law and they can enforce their own justice that extends beyond that.
However, that analysis...
That's what happens whenever somebody goes out of their way to get somebody fired. And I know that some people might think, oh, well, it's good that people that are racist are getting fired. And it's like, yeah, I can see why you say that. But you have to keep in mind that, like, the only thing you have to do whenever you create a system to oppress people and to fucking shit on them and hurt them, the only thing you have to do for that system to be used on you is wait. Things always change. Things are always different than they were before, and the people that were in power will not be in power, and the people that are in power will not be in power in the future. That's what always happens. Don't open that door.
Have to be saved for the second part of this video. Thank you so much for watching, ladies and gentlemen. If you liked this video and understand the importance of the message I'm trying to convey, please share it around. Also, I implore you to check out Logosteve's original video, The Most Profound Moment in Gaming. 9 years later, it is still my favorite YouTube video of all time, and I think you will get a lot of value out of it. If you want to see my other Metal Gear related content, please click on one of the videos you see on screen now. And hey, if you like that, maybe consider subscribing.
It is lit. See here, I'm gonna link it for you guys. Part 2. Is there a part 2? Okay, all right, we can watch the part 2 for it. Yeah, please give this guy a sub, give him a like. This is such a well-designed video. I think that, again, it's so it is incredible, and at the same time, it is not quite as insane as you might imagine, because back in like the early 2000s, again, there was so much popular media and social media, not social media the way that we know it, but social media discussing the idea and the implications of like what really is AI, what is like the information age where people can just like go on the internet and say whatever they want. Like, it was very popular, whether it's Serial Experiments Lane, The Matrix, fucking, like, I think those are the two of them that just pop right into my head that explore that idea. And then also you had things like, you know, like Logan's Run, things like Clockwork Orange that had happened before then, Blade Runner, let's see, Soylent Green. A lot of these movies all kind of explore different shades of the same idea. Terminator, 12 Monkeys, Bruce Willis going back in time. Kind of, yeah, I think so. Minority Report, yeah, but that was like way later. I'm talking about things that happened in the 2000s. Ghost in the Shell, yeah, that's why I said Ghost in the Shell is probably my favorite anime. I used to watch that all the time, every day it came out. Let's see, back over here, Dystopian Society movies. Yeah, there you go. And there's a great video game adaptation of I Have No Mouth and I'm a Scream. Truman Show? No, different. All right, we'll watch the second part of it. This is really good. I like this.
Before we continue, allow me to summarize the main arguments from part 1. The Patriot AI argues that in the internet age, the flow of information has become far too complex and grandiose. The natural outcome of this overabundance of information is that human beings, on account of their natural fallibility, are unable to separate factual and valuable information from information that is at best incomplete and at worst filled with outright lies. On account of our—
It is so funny that this literally fucking happened. Yeah, this actually happened on Twitter.
Tribal instincts, our political biases, our emotional fragility, and flawed intellect, we will potentially embrace information that conforms to our worldview best, rather than information that is true. In the era of fake news, this has undoubtedly been demonstrated as fact, as we build up echo chambers that confirm our political leanings and demonize those who express dissent. In response to the inherent truth of this argument, the AIs propose a frightening solution. Create a system that controls human will and consciousness. A system that compromises a human being's quote-unquote free will to come to their own conclusions. Though such a system is repulsive to myself and hopefully many of you, the AIs will demonstrate how human beings might abuse their freedom so much that such a system might be inevitable. Worse yet—
It's so exciting. I love this stuff because I feel like we are going to have the craziest next 30 years probably than ever before. It will be the most ridiculous shit that's going to happen.
Yet, they demonstrate how easily a system can be implemented so without protest, as the main character Raiden so clearly proves.
I'll decide for myself what to believe and what to pass on.
But is that even your own idea?
Or something Snake told you?
That's the proof of your incompetence right there. You lack the qualifications to exercise free will.
Never in my life have I heard an insult as cutting and condescending. Put aside just for a second whether or not quote-unquote free will is a valid concept. To say that somebody lacks the qualifications to exercise free will suggests that their personality is entirely constructed by outside forces. For example, if you believe that abortion is an unethical practice, Or in ethical practice, did you come to that conclusion yourself? Did you put together a bunch of arguments from opposing sides and decide for yourself what the...
No, you just read the headline where it says abortion's bad, and then, you know, it was written by your favorite multi-billion-dollar corporation, so, I mean, they'd never do you wrong. I mean, shit. I mean, of course they're right. How do you think they made all that money? I mean, I mean, it's just that simple, guys.
Best answer was? Or did you hear one person's argument and close yourself off to opposing arguments, much like an ideologue tends to do? In regards to Raiden, the AI goes on to demonstrate that he, like billions of people on the planet, tend to embrace ideas and actions not necessarily based on their adherence to truth, but rather based on how effectively they promote a certain way of being. This goes back to Nietzsche's famous...
I think a lot of people just have a viewpoint that is, it is just reinforcing their life. Like, that's it. A lot of people that are rich think that they are rich because they deserve it. A lot of people that are poor who think that they think they're poor because the system's out to get them. Why? Because it makes them feel better about where they're at. It's just that simple.
Criticism of philosophers in Beyond Good and Evil. While philosophers might proclaim a desire for objective truth, they are more than likely trying to justify their worldview and way of life. This is why fake news exists. This is why echo chambers crop up all over the internet.
I usually am not a big fan of that type of argumentation, because I feel like this is like onion argumentation, where like you can always find more layers to it. And it can also be applied to even the person who is applying the logic themselves. So it's like you're going into these like meta levels of biases without actually engaging in the ideas.
Despite the wealth of information available to us that should allow us to live in accordance with truth. Yeah. It is because living in accordance with truth and developing a sense of free will can be life-threatening. So people choose to embrace falsehoods in order to protect their sanity. Raiden then desperately protests that he is not a product of the mindless masses.
That's not true. I have the right.
Does something like a self exist inside of you?
That which you call self serves as nothing more than a mask to cover your own being.
In this era of ready-made truths, self is just something used to preserve those positive emotions that you occasionally feel.
Another possibility is that self is a concept you conveniently borrowed under the logic that would endow you with some sense of strength.
That's crap!
Is it? Would you prefer that someone else tell you? All right then. Explain it to him.
Jack, you're simply the best. And you got there all by yourself.
Yep, there you go.
Up until this point in the game, Raiden and the player believed that their successes were achieved entirely by their own merit. However, the AI revealed that the entire mission was structured in a way so that Raiden would succeed as long as he obeyed orders. For Raiden to find out that he was not in fact a legendary mercenary but rather a clueless puppet that helped enslave the world is bad enough. However, it is when the AI offers the more ideal fiction to Raiden that he is simply the best that the insult has its greatest effect. Raiden cringes and holds back a scream because he sees the truth inherent in the AI's argument. That argument being that Raiden is not his own person. His actions and emotions are all controlled by a higher power. He's not Raiden. He's not even Jack. He's something else's creation. The AI then go on to show how Raiden's lack of self is endemic to billions of people.
Oh, what happened?
I think this is something that's generally true with a lot of things. Like, for example, again, you have a lot of people that are rich who think that it's because they worked really hard. People that are poor think it's because they're lucky. Like, that's just what happens. And this is like the eternal struggle of people trying to justify what they have. And I think this is a huge problem that people have. This is, I think, a big issue that, like, people have to find a way to justify why they are in a place they are. Elon was not lucky. What I think people don't understand with the word lucky is that lucky is not something that just refers to somebody's, the consequences that they have at birth, things that are obvious. I think there's a lot of other things that, like, you never really think about. Like, you have spawn RNG. If you're born in Nigeria, you've got a worse chance at things than if you're born in, like, let's say Switzerland. Okay, like, that's just the way things go. If you're born in China, you're probably going to have a much harder time being able to express yourself and be a political activist than if you're born in Portland, Oregon. That's the way things go. Also, like, there are people, like, I think that in general, there are different dispositions that people have. Some people are better at reading than others. Some people are better at math than others. Their just brain thinks and works a different way. So whenever you narrow down somebody's advantages to, like, oh, their parents or something like that, I think this is a very narrow way of looking at it. Because, like, for example, I got very lucky with a lot of things. Like, for example, you know, I'm not massively overweight. I'm not sick. My parents were both, you know, college educated. I'm relatively decent at talking. All of these things are not things that every single other person has access to. They're things that I have access to because I seem to get lucky. Also, I got the internet very early on. I was on the internet very, very early on. These are all things that made me lucky. There's a billion people in the world right now that don't have the internet. Every single one of you guys is luckier than they are. But there's always a conversation of, like, how much of somebody's success or how much of who they are is actually them, and how much of who they are is actually the reflection of something else. You see what I'm saying?
Do you feel lost? Why not try a bit of soul searching?
Don't think you'll find anything, though.
Ironic that although self is something that you yourself fashioned, every time something goes wrong, you turn around and place the blame on something else.
It's not my fault. It's not your fault.
It is what it is.
You simply resort to looking for another, more convenient truth in order to make yourself feel better.
Leaving.
This is, yeah, that's what I said. Like, this is what I thought with the fucking all that Kanye West shit. Like, oh, it's the Jews. Oh, it's the Jews. The Jews are doing this. Because it's very easy to go and blame another group of people because, you know, your life isn't in a good position. It's so dumb.
Behind in an instant the so-called truth you once embraced.
Once again, the AI demonstrate how people will gravitate to quote-unquote truths, not because they are based entirely on empirical fact, but because they satisfy the instinctual need for structure and stability. For argument's sake, let's imagine somebody who has spent half their life advocating a belief that the Earth was flat, that the government wants people to believe it is round for territorial reasons.
Yes.
Let's say the flat earther is presented conclusive information that proves the Earth is round. If they accept that they were wrong, that would mean they spent over half their life advocating falsehoods and manipulating impressionable minds.
That's right.
What toll would that realization take upon their soul? If they don't accept that they were wrong, they will accept a more convenient truth to protect their emotional persona. Such a truth might be that the evidence presented to them was doctored, and that the person presenting the information is a government shill. This behavior extends not just to conspiracy.
Yeah, it's actually the government wants you to think that it's flat, but it's actually round because they actually have a space base on the moon that controls your brain. But they want you to think it's flat so you don't think the moon is real. Yeah, there's, like, again, more layers to this.
Conspiracy theorists, but anybody with a political position. This is the reason why millions of people continue to advocate for political systems despite their proven track record of killing millions of people. This is why people still uphold certain...
I would argue that every political system kills millions of people because the political system doesn't kill millions of people. People kill millions of people. They've done it for all of history. People have killed millions of people.
Superstitious beliefs despite their scientific invalidity. This behavior is not relegated to a few irrational individuals. It's something that everybody does, regardless of their political position. I do it, and you do it. And worst of all, in a democracy, the emotionally fragile have a say in what is truth, which the AI shall now criticize.
Oh, this is absolutely true. Yeah, people that get upset about something or offended over something, and now everybody has to walk around with fucking padded rooms or padded suits around them because we don't want to accidentally offend them. No, I think that the problem really is that too many people in the world live their life like, the biggest fear that they have is shame or guilt. Like, that's what they're really afraid of, is getting embarrassed or being shamed or feeling guilt for doing something bad. And I think that's why people hold on to stupid ideas, is that it makes them feel guilty or shame or something like that. That's one of the worst things. I think that's how people control themselves. It's not because they have, like, it's not an emotional thing. It's that they don't want to feel shame or guilt. Because if you don't feel those things, it doesn't matter to you. It's fine.
Should someone like that be able to decide what is truth?
Should someone like you even have the right to decide?
You've done nothing but abuse your freedom.
You don't deserve to be free.
We're not the ones smothering the world. You are.
Because the AIs grew out of the White House's quote-unquote primordial soup, they recognize the inherent value of freedom and the responsibility that comes along with it. In their mind, Raiden and billions like him take all the benefits of freedom without accepting any of the responsibility that comes along with it. Instead of using their freedom to seek out
That's
truth...
like people that go around, they eat a bunch of food, they're 600 pounds, and then they die. Yep. You can do that. Wouldn't recommend it, but you could do that. Yeah, I mean, no, there's plenty of people that do that. It's the same with people that do drugs and shit like that. They get really into, like, they drink alcohol, they become alcoholics, shit like this. It's the way it goes. Absolutely. People don't know what to do whenever they have decisions. Whenever they can choose to do something good or bad, they'll just do something bad.
That foster the human race, they resort to partisanship and ideology to make sense of the world. Instead of being introspective and considering the potential faults in one's position, they will cast the blame elsewhere. The result of this is stagnation, and soon afterwards, violence. This extends not just to our leaders, but to ourselves.
The individual is supposed to be weak, but far from powerless. A single person has the potential to ruin the world.
And the age of digitized communication has given even more power to the individual. Too much power for an immature species.
Building a legacy involves figuring out what is wanted and what needs to be done for that goal. All this you used to struggle with. Now we think for you.
That's
nice. We are your guardians, after all.
You want to control human thought? Human behavior?
Of course. Anything can be quantified nowadays.
At this juncture, I feel the need to repeat something I said in the first video.
That's so good.
I am not for censorship or controlling information whatsoever. I think the ultimate conclusion that the AIs come to is wrong. Even if they were right, I am certainly not giving up the ability to control my own life and make my own decisions. But put aside their conclusion and consider whether or not their arguments are wrong. Do human beings consume fake news and accept it as truth? Do billions of people hold beliefs that are objectively wrong? Can ideologues and fundamentalists negatively influence our societies? If the 20th century...
I love how, like... You know what a really great example of this is astrology. There are so many people who unironically believe in astrology. I can't even I can't even believe that they believe in it. But they're out there like, oh my God. And it's like, in my opinion, if you believe something that has no evidence, and there's no like fucking proof of this, it's not, you know, quantifiable through the scientific method, nobody should be under any obligation to respect it at all. Absolutely not. It's fucking stupid.
Is any indication, it only takes one bad idea, and maybe even one bad person to ruin the world. In the social media age, this ruination becomes all the more likely, as almost anybody can build up a large enough following to influence millions of minds. They don't even need a large following. They could just covertly produce a system like the one the AIs are proposing. And when AI inevitably comes to be, maybe our reality could see its reflection in the reality of Metal Gear Solid 2. For the sake of time and brevity, I will skip over the next few minutes of this conversation. They are basically a retread of what has already been discussed. Before I play the final clip, I wish to summarize what the AI accomplished. They created a scenario where Raiden, and by extension the player, had to obey several different orders from their commanding officer. It did not matter if many of those orders seemed unjustifiable. What mattered to Raiden and the gamer was being able to live out a fantasy as a legendary mercenary. That emotional desire was so strong that it prevented any form of rationality. This emotional desire overcoming rationality is reflective of many different situations in our everyday lives. We see it in our newsfeed.
I actually think this is something that's true with video games in themselves. I think that this is like a meta level, because the individual player, like, there's a lot of people that get satisfaction out of beating video games. I used to get a lot of satisfaction out of beating video games. Now I don't anymore. It's good that I did it. Like, yeah, it's good. But every video game is programmed to lose. The game is programmed for you to beat it. And whenever you beat somebody in a game, or you beat the game, you were programmed to win. Like, that's it. So it's sad that feeling goes. It's not sad because what it means is that there's a, like, let me think of a way to put it. Like, you don't have your identity built up based off of your success in things that were programmed for you to succeed in. I think this is a very weak identity.
On our social media, and even in our own actions. Unlike human beings, AI are not prone to emotion. For this reason, the AIs feel they are the saviors of humankind. They will control thought so human beings may live in blissful ignorance, and the AIs no longer have to tolerate mass stupidity. In their victory, the AI mocks Raiden for his various faults.
So you see, you're a perfect representative of the masses we need to protect. This is why we chose you. You accepted the fiction we've provided, obeyed our orders, and did everything you were told to. The exercise is a resounding success.
Didn't I tell you that GW was still incomplete? But not anymore, thanks to you.
Your persona, experiences, triumphs, and defeats are nothing but byproducts. The real objective was ensuring that we could generate and manipulate them. It's taken a lot.
Again, you can apply this exact same language to the video game itself. I think that's what's really cool about this too.
Of time and money, but it was well worth it considering the results.
Yeah, think about that.
Is this our
Very meta.
future? If we have no systemic solution to the problem of fake news, and we continue to drown in overflowing information, what will our society become? This video game, not a book, not a movie, a video game, so eloquently explained the impossibility of this problem roughly 2 decades before it reached public consciousness. The fact that it was all done within this 15-minute conversation makes it truly the most profound moment in gaming history. It is a moment that has haunted me for decades, specifically because of how it makes a pessimistic future seem so certain. I figured that any solution, no matter how ineffective it may seem, would be better than to let Kojima's nightmare come to pass. As I briefly referenced in the first video, there is one thing that can be done. We must rediscover the power that an individual holds. If a single person has the potential to ruin the world, a single person has the potential to save it. I hold no delusions of grandeur for myself, but I know that there is strength in numbers. If enough people wake up to the complex problem of misinformation, half-truths, and fake news, and do everything in their power to live in accordance with fact rather than tribalistic instinct, we will
never gonna happen.
Most certainly survive. But even better than that, we will be able to preserve our freedom for the coming generations. The power is in your hands.
Yep, not gonna happen. Not gonna happen. Not a chance. Ooh, not a chance. I gotta go ahead and link to you guys this video. This is such a good video. I love it, man. It is so well done. It's so well put together. And I think it's like, I love watching videos like this because I think that they are genuinely interesting. Yeah, these are so good. We're fucked. No, people have lost their fucking minds, man. With like the internet, COVID, like now everybody's at home. They're constantly like getting bombarded with news that are making them angry. They're getting mad at everybody. The planet's becoming more uninhabitable. Yeah, you're right. Corporations are just making more and more money. The wealth inequality is growing more and more. And the only thing that they can think about is like football or like this like wedge social issue that's being, pushed at them to keep them focused on it. So they're misdirected from actual problems. This is what happens. And it will never change because people are animals and animals are fucking stupid. Like, that's just the truth. Like, that's just happening. It's always going to be like this. And whenever the people get up and there's a big problem and all the people are mad, what do the rich people do? Well, they pay half of the stupid people to kill the other half of the stupid people, and then the problem's solved. Yeah, it's happened many times. That's the way it goes. Yeah, you just pay half of the stupid people because the other half, a problem solved. Yeah, and then you have the remaining ones, and then you just fucking deal with them, and then it's done. Can we eventually change if we try? No. I don't think so. I think that there is a limit. So think about it like this, right? This is how I see things. And I'm going to do this, and I want to watch that Nixium video, and then after that, I think we'll actually just play some games, because I want to get that dungeon achievement thing done. Give me 1 second before I do this, though. So basically, look at this as, for example, this is the amount of, I guess, like, okay, I'm going to make 2 of these, and I hope you guys can see kind of where I'm coming from. This right here, and I'm going to make a bunch of different colors here. And okay. So this right here is the wavelengths of like seeable colors, right? Like how many colors can a person see with their eyes, right? This is how many colors that an average individual can see with their eyes. You see what I'm saying, right? This is the visible light spectrum, and then there are some people, it's like 1% of like people can see like slightly more, and usually it's more often in like women. So we'll have this little tiny one be pink, right? But that's all it is. All of this other stuff, everything here, you can't see any of this. It doesn't matter how hard you try. It doesn't matter what you believe in. It doesn't matter what you think. It doesn't matter like how much you train your eyes. It doesn't matter how much you read about it, talk about it, think about it. There's nothing that you can do that's going to make you see right here, right here, right here, or right here. And I think the same thing is true with IQ. I think the truth is that in order to reach a place of actual like enlightenment and to understand how like existence exists, we have to be here, but the spectrum of human IQs is only right here. I think that we are actually too stupid to ever do it. I don't think nobody will ever pierce the veil of existence with a 140 or a 180 IQ. That's what I think the truth is. And it doesn't matter how hard you try, how much you explain it to people, or anything like that. It will just never happen unless we somehow evolved. Yeah, can you use AI for it? And that is the question, right? Right? That's the question. Because it's basically like a normal human IQ is from 50 to 200, somewhere around there, with like a few exceptions, like people that have like mental disorders, and then people that are like really smart, but there's only like, a small handful on each side. So yeah, singularity, raise the level of human consciousness. And that is something that's very interesting. I don't really know if that'll ever happen. I think that it will, though. I'm not sure exactly what form it will take. And seen the movie Lucy? No, I haven't. Because we're able to detect and explore all those other light frequencies, so the other region of IQ should be accessible in some way. I think that it will be accessible in some way, in the same way that the other light frequencies will be accessible in some way. But we can't see what those lights are. Just because we can detect that they exist, it's the same as like you can say that I think that there is a world where everybody is happy and there are no problems. Just because you can say that, and you can detect that it could exist, doesn't mean that you can create it just because you can detect it. So yeah, I understand like what you're trying to say, but I don't think that's true. Lucy's about unlocking potential in the mind. What can happen? Pretty cool movie. Yeah, I'm not sure yet. Transhumanism. Yes, I think this is a... Yeah, you will need transhumanism to actually reach any sort of point there. But obviously that is, full of its own problems. That's the problem. We try and use AI. Since we're stupid, it will scare and frighten us, so we'll kill it or it will kill us. The gray area in between is highly unlikely. Yeah, I think that's true too. Am I religious or spiritual at all? Well, here's what I really think. I think that I am a hyper-intelligent monkey that has no understanding of the universe or the way that it functions, and my understanding of it is comparable to a dog. I'm not even remotely close.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're all doing well. It is time for a Warhammer 2 tournament, and we are in the top 4. Let's take a look at the brackets. Let's break it down. Let's see how it's going. I know the soundtrack is really good. It's very, very Tolkien-esque. A lot of the soundtrack for Warhammer 2 especially really kind of had that Lord of the Rings feel, which certainly makes sense. They added elves and all that sort of good stuff. Now, the first match will be kicking off in just a moment. Just have to get the players into the lobby. And in the meantime, what we could do is we could take a look at the old brackets. So heading on over to the tavern, the tournament has been quite a bit of fun today. On the bottom side of the bracket, we have